Chapter 2344. For members of the evil god tribe were killed one after another, and their souls were sealed. After interrogating them, they didn't get any more information. Thousands of mid-level evil god tribe warriors. The evil god tribe high priest. The evil god tribe highness. The underground cave. This was all the information they had, but they couldn't find out where the underground cave was located. It was obvious that these evil god tribe members didn't want to say anything. Since they had already said so much, there was no need to hide anything else. From the beginning to the end of the battle, the time it took was actually very short. The Seven Rainbow Sect's grand formation was about to be stopped as soon as it was fully activated, but Chunzong stopped it. When this grand formation was first activated, it consumed the most energy. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, it wouldn't be activated at all, and it wouldn't be closed so frequently either. The energy it consumed was several times, or even 10 times more than when it was activated. In the end, the Seven Rainbow Sect maintained the activation of the Great Array to protect the disciples of the Seven Rainbow Sect. As for Xiagang, he moved together with Chunzong and the other two. Only by finding the so-called High Priest and Her Highness of the Evil God Tribe as soon as possible would they be able to resolve the crisis of the Grand Heaven Realm. Watching Chunzong and the other three leave, the Seven Rainbow Sect members were nervous, but also full of anticipation. They only hoped that they could really resolve the crisis here. Otherwise, the Seven Rainbow Sect's grand formation wouldn't be able to last much longer. Chunzong also transmitted the information he obtained to the other 4 teams of the Heavenly Palace. Although there wasn't much information, at least they had a clear idea of what to do instead of running around aimlessly. The Evil God Tribe High Priest and Highness of the Evil God Tribe are really interesting. We'll go meet them. After receiving Chunzong's message, the 4 teams of the Heavenly Palace smiled. They had been constantly investigating, but unfortunately, they hadn't found any clues. They didn't expect that Chunzong's group would be the first to find them, as expected of a Daozi. Of course, the Heavenly Palace didn't try to hide this information. Instead, they passed it down to the core disciples of the other powers. While it was an honor to be able to resolve the crisis with their own strength, they still had to prioritize the bigger picture. Let's go to the Heavenly Hong sect to check out the situation, Chunzong said after some thought. The Heaven Hong sect was the strongest faction in the Heaven Hong cosmos. It was also the only high-tier Nebula-grade faction. It had high-level Yuanming powerhouses, mid-level Yuanming, and low-level Yuanming powerhouses. As the strongest faction in the Great Heaven world, the Great Heaven sect's information sources were definitely more abundant than the Seven Rainbow sects. If he wanted to find the underground cave where the evil god tribe was hiding, he might have to borrow the Great Heaven sect's power. The Great Heaven sect was the most powerful force in this world. It was located in the place with the densest vital chi in this world. Its name was Great Heaven Mountain. Grand Heaven's Mountain was the tallest and largest mountain in the Grand Heaven's world. Chunzong and the other 3 maintained their astonishing speed and flew away. The Grand Heaven Gate actually didn't activate their array formation. As they neared the Heavenly Goose Gate, the 4 of them noticed this and were secretly surprised. Now that the Heaven Great World was sealed, the evil god race was at an advantage, and the human race was at a disadvantage. Yet, the Heaven Great Sect did not activate the Sect Protection Array. What did this mean? The Great Heaven Gate had already fallen? Or did the Great Heaven Gate have enough power to resist the invasion of the evil god tribe? If it was the former, it would definitely be very bad news. If it was the latter, it would be unexpected. After exchanging a glance, the 4 of them did not stop. Instead, they sped up and flew into the Great Heaven Mountain and towards the Great Heaven Gate. As soon as they entered the gate, a Yuan underworld expert welcomed them. "Welcome to the Great Heaven Gate. May I know where you are from?" This was a low-level Yuan underworld expert who looked like an old man. When he saw Chunzong and the other 3, he did not seem surprised. Instead, he asked with a smile, "We are the true disciples of the Heavenly Palace," Chunzong replied. "Oh, so you're the true disciples of the Heavenly Palace. Quick, come in." The elder was a little excited. Soon, Chunzong and the other three met the sect master of the Great Heaven Gate. He was a high-level Yuan underworld expert. Sect Master Li, did the Great Heaven Gate encounter any attacks from the evil god tribe? Xie Gang asked directly while Chunzong observed carefully. Yes. Sect Master Li replied solemnly. The evil god tribe has attacked the Great Heaven Gate several times so far. Fortunately, the patriarch of the Great Heaven Gate came out of seclusion and repelled the evil god tribe's attacks. The patriarch of the Great Heaven Gate. Chunzong and the other three were stunned. According to the information they had, the top expert of the Great Heaven Gate was the sect master of the Great Heaven Gate. He had a high-level Yuan underworld cultivation and a 7-star combat strength. Perhaps he had concealed his combat strength, but it should not exceed the 8-star level. At most, it should be at the 8-star level. A veteran high-level Yuan underworld expert with an 8-star combat strength could only be considered decent for a star domain grade force, or even the 4 great sacred grounds. Such combat strength was not enough to resist the evil god tribe's attacks. The Great Heaven Gate Patriarch has been traveling for thousands of years. Before he left, he had a high-level Yuan underworld cultivation. Now, he has broken through his limits and is at the peak of the Yuan underworld. He has also pushed forward the supreme inheritance of the Great Heaven Gate and surpassed its limits. His combat strength has increased tremendously, which is why he was able to repel the evil god tribe's attacks. The Great Heaven Gate Patriarch seemed to see through everyone's doubts and took the initiative to explain. However, this was a family matter of the Great Heaven Gate Patriarch, so Chunzong and the others could not probe further. Before you all came, a few core disciples of the Great Purple Hall Master also came. They are now resting. The Great Heaven Gate Patriarch smiled. Chunzong and the other three were stunned. The people of the Great Purple Hall Master had actually moved so quickly. Then again, if they could think of looking for the Great Heaven Gate Patriarch, others could naturally do the same. The only difference was the timing. Soon, under the guidance of the Great Heaven Gate Patriarch, Chunzong and the others saw the Great Heaven Gate Patriarch and the core disciples of the Great Purple Hall Master, who had arrived before them. It's you. Yuan Chongshan frowned slightly when he saw Chunzong. Chunzong was also stunned when he saw Yuan Chongshan. Then, he smiled faintly as a form of greeting. Chunzong still had a deep impression of Yuan Chongshan. He was very strong, a very strong opponent. The Great Heaven Gate Patriarch was an old man in white robes. He had a ruddy complexion and a smile on his face. He was very cordial and polite to Chunzong and the others, just like an amiable old man next door. Although his aura was restrained, Chunzong could still sense the Great Heaven Gate Patriarch's aura. He was at the perfected Yuan underworld stage, but he could not sense his combat strength. However, to be able to resist and repel the invasion of the evil god tribe, his combat strength had to be at least at the peak of the 10-star or 11-star level. It was indeed very rare for a high-level Nebula grade force to have an 11-star powerhouse overseeing it. When he entered the Great Heaven Gate, Chunzong had also activated the evil aura bracelet. However, he did not sense any fluctuations of the evil god tribe's aura. It was a great thing that the Great Heaven Gate had such a powerful combat strength overseeing it. Although they were both part of the 4 great sacred lands, the Purple Extreme Hall and the Intense Sky Palace did not see eye to eye with each other. Many years ago, there had been some conflicts between the two sides. In fact, it was not considered a particularly big conflict. It was nothing more than some disputes between disciples. After a long time, it had become a situation where they did not see eye to eye and wanted to suppress each other. During Chunzong's 3rd Dao disciple ceremony, Yuan Chongshan had challenged Chunzong for the same reason. He had wanted to humiliate the Intense Sky Palace. Unfortunately, he had not succeeded. On the contrary, he had lost some face. However, that was also because Yuan Chongshan had thought that he had limited his cultivation and could not use his full strength. If he had used his full strength, all his means would have been even more powerful. Because of this, Yuan Chongshan had said that he hoped that Chunzong would break through as soon as possible and raise his cultivation to the perfected Yuan underworld stage. When that time came, he was very confident that he could defeat Qinzong. Although Yuan Chongshan did not say anything when he saw Qinzong here, he was full of energy. He wanted to resolve this crisis and take the lead. From this point alone, he could suppress everyone else and make the purple extreme palace of Zhu Yuan famous for its awe-inspiring might. Qinzong did not know what Yuan Chongshan was thinking and did not pay too much attention to him. This was because Patriarch Tianhong not only gave people a friendly feeling, but he also had a glib tongue. Perhaps it was because he had traveled for thousands of years and was experienced and knowledgeable. He spoke well and made people feel very comfortable. It was as if they were chatting freely with him. Patriarch Tianhong was very experienced in dealing with people. He was not someone that Qinzong and the other younger generation could compare to. The originally tense atmosphere between the purple extreme hall of Zhu Yuan and the intense sky palace's true disciples had also been resolved by him. Of course, this was not a true resolution. It was only a temporary resolution. The chat was just idle chatter. The real reason was to find the hiding place of the evil god tribe. Evil god tribe's high priest, Your Highness. Patriarch Tianhong frowned slightly when he heard Yuan Chongshan's words. Immediately after, he gathered the Grand Sky sect master and a group of elders and gave them instructions. They would do their best to find the whereabouts of the evil god tribe, especially the underground cave they were in. Yuan Chongshan glanced at Qinzong with a smug look. Qinzong did not mind. If he could force out such information, there was no guarantee that others would be able to do the same. After all, the Grand Sky sect was the strongest faction in the Grand Sky world. With their full cooperation, it would definitely be more efficient than searching on their own. Even if it was not 10 times, it would at least be a few times more efficient. They should be able to find the whereabouts of the evil god tribe in a shorter period of time. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for everyone. It would also be for the Grand Sky world. They had to resolve this crisis as soon as possible. Otherwise, when most of the people here were dead, it would be a waste of effort. It would be better to let the sovereigns take action right from the start to break the formation and destroy the entire Grand Sky world. Under such circumstances, countless people from the human race would die. The evil god tribe would also be annihilated. Not long after, someone came to the Grand Sky sect. It was a true disciple from the Eternal Battle Fort. Following that, it was a true disciple from the Myriad Calamity, Divine Flame Mountain. There were also secret disciples from the top star sector level factions. As a result, the Grand Sky sect became very lively. Everyone in the Grand Sky sect was equally surprised and excited. After all, the Grand Sky sect was only a star sector level faction. There is a huge gap between them and a star sector level faction, let alone the 4 great holy lands. Chapter 2345. While the Great Heaven Gate was on the move, the secret inheritors and true inheritors of the major factions did not stay idle in the Great Heaven Gate. Instead, they all left to search for the evil god tribe. Daozi, Senior Sister Yu, and Senior Sister Xia. I'll go with you, Xia Gang said naturally as he walked over with a smile. Previously, he had only joined temporarily. Now, he was going to join Qinzong's 3-man team officially. Their previous cooperation was quite good, so Qinzong nodded in agreement. Although Qinzong's cultivation was not the highest in this team, Qinzong was the leader. Although Yu Wuxia's battle prowess was very strong, she was not suitable to be the leader compared to Qinzong. As for Xia Yingfei, if she were to be the leader, not to mention other things, just leading the way would lead her teammates astray if she was muddle-headed. In the end, they would not know where to go. The short would always be the tall. At least Qinzong was not a violent maniac. At least, he would not be muddle-headed. Hence, the position of leader fell to Qinzong. There was no need to say anything. It was as if it was tacitly agreed. As for Xie Gang, it was even more impossible for him to be the leader. The 3-man team directly expanded to a 4-man team. Of course, this was because Xie Gang's previous performance was not bad. Moreover, his battle prowess was not bad either. He had a 10-star battle prowess and was not inferior to Senior Sister Xia Yingfei. There was strength in numbers. Sometimes it was very useful. Move. Everyone move. Everyone move. With such a big operation, even if they wanted to hide, it would be difficult to hide. Soon, the evil god tribe discovered it and reported it to the evil god tribe's high priest and his highness. Interesting. After the evil god highness, who had transformed into an unusually handsome human male, heard the news, he immediately revealed a smile. He naturally paid attention to the actions of the human race at all times. He had also made some deductions. However, he did not expect them to act so quickly. It was somewhat unexpected. High priest, what do you think we should do next? The evil god highness looked at the tall high priest and asked with a smile. Your highness, you have already made your decision, right? The high priest replied with a smile. Indeed, when the evil fiend Hall's Hall master heard the news, he already had an idea. The reason why he asked the high priest was out of respect. After staying here for so long, it's time to go out. The evil fiend palace lord stood up and stretched his muscles and bones, making a series of subtle sounds. There was an indescribable aura spreading out. His eyes shone so brightly that it was frightening, as if they could see through everything. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, as if he was confident that he was in control of everything. High priest, I'll take my leave first. The evil god's highness bowed to the high priest, turned around, and stepped into the darkness, disappearing without a trace. The Instar Palace was a cosmic realm state force, and it was one of the top cosmic realm state forces. It was second only to the 4 sacred lands. This time, there were quite a number of esoteric disciples from extinct Star Palace who had entered Tianhong world. With the invasion of the foreign races, the human race in the void would not shirk their duty. In particular, the cultivators from the powerful forces had to treat this as their duty. Even if it was extremely difficult and dangerous, they had to step forward bravely and do their part to protect the void. The 5 esoteric disciples from extinct Star Palace moved together as a small team. The highest cultivation base was at the perfected Yuan underworld stage, while the lowest was at the advanced Yuan underworld stage. The strongest among them was a peak 10-star and not an 11-star. An 11-star combat strength was not that easy to achieve. The 5 esoteric disciples from extinct Star Palace were searching everywhere for the evil god tribe's base camp in Tianhong world. It was said to be an underground cave, but the Tianhong world was so vast and boundless that it was very difficult to find the so-called underground cave. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even so, they still had to search. They had to search with all their might and find it as soon as possible. Hello, what are you looking for? Perhaps it can be of help. Suddenly, a chuckling voice was heard and entered the ears of the 5 esoteric disciples. The 5 esoteric disciples from extinct Star Palace suddenly turned their heads and stared at the source of the voice. The voice was too abrupt, as if it was ringing in their ears. It made them feel that it was very close, but they did not sense anyone approaching. This undoubtedly shocked them. They did not even know that someone had approached them. They might even be killed by a sneak attack. That would be terrible. When they turned their heads and stared, the vigilance on their faces turned into indescribable astonishment, especially the female esoteric disciple. Apart from being astonished, she could not help but feel her emotions fluctuate. Handsome. It was a kind of handsomeness that seemed to have reached the pinnacle of human handsomeness. This kind of handsomeness was neither feminine nor masculine. Instead, it was a kind of evil aura, a kind of evil charm, and a kind of evil charm. It was very attractive, especially to women. He had an extremely handsome face, a perfect figure, and gorgeous armor. He looked like a prince from a powerful dynasty. There was a faint smile on his face that seemed to sparkle. Sir, you are the strongest person among the 5 secret techniques of the Absolute Star Palace, asked cautiously. However, one of them subconsciously activated the evil aura ring. The evil aura ring that was activated automatically had a stronger sensing ability. In an instant, it swept past the body of the handsome, evil youth. In an instant, the evil aura ring vibrated violently. Evil God Tribe, the esoteric disciple from extinct Star Palace who had activated the evil aura ring's active sensing ability, was instantly shocked. The other 4 were also shocked. The words, Evil God Tribe, were too sensitive. Without hesitation, they activated the evil aura ring one by one. The evil aura ring was divided into active and passive. Usually, it was passive sensing. It would only be activated when necessary. After all, active sensing would quickly deplete one's divine sense. He had not expected that his subconscious evil aura ring would actually sense the presence of someone from the evil god tribe. Someone from the evil god tribe who had the appearance of an abnormally handsome human. The person who had come was the evil god tribe's highness. He had personally made a move to deal with the human prodigies who had entered the Grand Heaven world. He had encountered the 5 esoteric disciples from extinct Star Palace. It was not intentional, but unintentional. Originally, he had planned to have some fun. He would use his current identity as a human to have some fun with the human prodigies. However, he did not expect that his true identity would be discovered before the show had even started. After his identity as the evil god tribe was discovered, the evil god tribe's highness did not feel shocked or fearful. He only looked a little helpless. That helplessness was because he could not have some fun with the human prodigies. Immediately, the evil god tribe's highness' eyes turned and focused on the wrists of the 5 esoteric disciples from extinct Star Palace. There was a black bracelet with many strange patterns carved on its surface. It's that thing that allowed you to discover my identity. The evil god tribe's highness pointed his finger lightly. After a sneer, his figure suddenly flashed. It was as if he had directly traveled through the void. He appeared in front of one of the esoteric disciples of extinct Star Palace and extended 3 fingers. His movements did not seem fast. At least in the eyes of the crowd, they could clearly see the trajectory of his 3 fingers. It was extremely clear. Even his fingerprints could be seen clearly. At that moment, time and space seemed to have stopped. The 5 could only watch as the exceptionally handsome evil god tribe's highness extended his 3 fingers and finally landed on the bracelet on the wrist of one of the esoteric disciples. In the next moment, the bracelet seemed to have automatically detached itself and fell into the other party's hand. Fiddling with the evil chi bracelet, the evil god tribe's highness was a little surprised. In a short period of time, he had roughly figured out the function of this evil chi bracelet. Sensing. It was a secret treasure specially used to sense the aura of the sacred race. Before this, he had never seen it. It was very likely that he had obtained it later. As expected, in order to deal with the sacred race, the human race had really racked their brains. My evil chi bracelet. It was only now that the esoteric disciple reacted. His anger erupted and killing intent overflowed. He roared and attacked with a finger. In an instant, starlight flowed and gathered at the tip of his finger. He pierced through the air and attacked. 1 finger extinct star. However, the moment this attack approached the evil god tribe's highness, the other party only glanced at it. An indescribable cold light flashed in his eyes. The starlight shattered, and dissipated. One look. With just one look, the 9-star battle power attack was shattered. What kind of technique was this? It was simply unheard of. Attack, kill. The esoteric disciple who was at the top of the 10-star battle power looked extremely solemn. As he roared, he also attacked. Countless starlight flickered and turned into a palm print. In the middle of the palm print, there was a vortex that spun like a nebula. It contained extremely terrifying power. The others also attacked one after another, showing no mercy. The evil god tribe should be killed. However, the evil god tribe's highness did not show any fear or caution in the face of the 5 people's all-out attacks. Instead, he revealed a strange smile, as if he was disdainful. He didn't try to dodge, nor did he try to resist. He just held the evil chi bracelet and allowed the attacks to land on his body, but they couldn't get close to him. Instead, when they were about half a meter away from his body, the attacks stopped and exploded in an instant. They were all blocked by an invisible force that was like a wall of air. The 5 people immediately felt that the situation in front of them was not good. They made a prompt decision and immediately retreated. As they retreated, they also quickly sent out a message. However, the evil god tribe's highness would not let them leave just like that. With a gentle pinch, The evil god tribe's highness directly shattered the evil chi bracelet. His body shook and split into 5, chasing after them. Catch up. Pierce through. When he retracted his 5 fingers, there were 5 beating hearts that were full of vitality. They were still making powerful sounds and emitting a faint red light. With a gentle pinch, the 5 hearts suddenly stopped. In the next breath, the red light in them kept flickering as if they were about to explode. However, they did not explode. Instead, streaks of red light flowed to the 5 fingers and flowed along the 5 fingers to the arm, and finally into the body. After the hearts were removed, the 5 people's faces were ghastly pale. As the essence and blood in the hearts kept flowing out, their faces became paler and paler. Their skin gradually became gray and wrinkled. However, the 5 of them did not die immediately. They could not struggle. They could only feel their vitality flowing out continuously as they slowly walked towards death. Chapter 2346. Mummified Corpses. The 5 secret disciples of Star and Palace turned into mummified corpses that fell to the ground and shattered into pieces like porcelain. The 5 figures of the evil fiend Hall instantly merged into one, and a mysterious smile on their faces became even more obvious. Third Dao Disciple of Will Sky Palace, Unparalleled Sword. Third Dao Disciple of Giant Origin Purple Extreme Hall, Mountain King. I hope you won't disappoint me. The evil fiend Hall seemed to be filled with anticipation as he chuckled. With a flash, he turned into a blur and silently flew off in search of the other human prodigies. At the instant when those 5 people fled, although they did not flee, they still managed to spread the news. However, the time was too short and their knowledge was limited. Hence, the message they sent out was very simple. There were many prodigies who had entered the great heaven realm this time. There were at least a few dozen prodigies from star, domain-grade factions that had entered. There were at least 7 or 8, and at most a dozen. In total, there were at least a few hundred prodigies. 6 high-level and perfected Yuan underworld prodigies were chasing after 2 evil god tribe warriors with murderous looks on their faces. The evil god tribe is only SOSO. One of the high-level Yuan underworld cultivators chuckled as he chased. They had encountered the evil god tribe several times, but in the end, the evil god tribe had been defeated by their joint forces. Now it was the same. 3 of the 5 evil god tribe warriors had been killed, and the remaining 2 were fleeing in panic. It seemed like they wouldn't be able to escape for long before they were killed. When the evil god tribe warriors were killed, they would naturally counterattack and seize the bodies of others. However, the Star Domain grade factions all had corresponding means to resist. After knowing that the evil god tribe had the innate ability to seize bodies, they were even more vigilant. Hence, until now, no human prodigy had been successfully seized by the evil god tribe. The 2 evil god tribe warriors were very indignant. Perhaps the other evil god tribe warriors had achieved good results, but 3 of them had been killed in their group. Now, 2 of them were fleeing in panic. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance. In the next moment, as though he had traveled through time and space, he directly appeared between the pursuers and the ones being chased and intercepted the 6 human prodigies. Who are you? He is from the evil god tribe. With the help of the evil aura ring, they immediately identified the other party. The 2 fleeing members of the evil god tribe also sensed something and immediately turned their heads to look. When they saw that back view, they were slightly stunned and then overjoyed. Your Highness. The 2 members of the evil god tribe immediately turned around and rapidly flew to the 2 sides of the evil god palace. Another member of the evil god race has come. Just nice, I'll kill them all. The 6 human sky prides laughed coldly and attacked with all their might without holding back. However, the evil fiend Highness revealed a disdainful smile as if he didn't care about these 6 people at all. In fact, this was the truth. In his eyes, these 6 people were like clay chickens and pottery dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. He waved his hand. He merely waved his hand, and a violent gust of wind was created. It destroyed the 6 heavens' favorites' attacks. In the next instant, the evil godly prince extended his palm and clasped his fingers together. His palm transformed into 6 arms and grabbed the heads of the 6 human sky prides simultaneously. Tremble. The bodies of the 6 human sky prides trembled violently. Their eyeballs kept turning white, and their limbs kept twitching as if they were having epilepsy. Turbid saliva kept flowing out from the corners of their mouths. In just 3 breaths, the 6 human sky prides looked haggard. Their eyes were completely white and lifeless. It was as if they had been dead for a long time. Their blood, chi, and even their souls had disappeared. They had all been absorbed by the evil, godly prince. After absorbing the blood essence of the 6 human sky prides, the evil, godly prince's aura seemed to have become stronger. He revealed a satisfied expression, killing humans and absorbing their blood essence to improve himself. This was a method that was even more terrifying than the other members of the evil god tribe. Only a very small number of evil god tribe members could grasp this innate ability. They were the royal members of the evil god tribe. Is this the so-called human sky prides? I'm so disappointed. The evil godly prince loosened his grip, and the shriveled corpses fell from the sky and shattered into pieces. The evil godly prince's face was filled with disdain. This was the 3rd batch of human sky prides that had died at his hands. Whether it was a 10-star or 11-star battle prowess, they were no match for him. Even the so-called peak 11-star battle prowess could not make him take them seriously. Mountain King, unparalleled divine sword. The evil godly prince muttered to himself again as his eyes shone brightly. Tianhong world was huge. Even he, the evil godly prince, had not explored the entire world. Moreover, finding 2 of them was like finding a needle in a haystack. He had no idea how long it would take. Originally, he had planned to have some fun with the human sky prides. However, his identity had been exposed from the start. In a short period of time, he could not think of a good way to block the detection of the evil chi ring. Continuing to search would only be a waste of time. The evil godly prince's eyes shone with a crazy light. Found it. You really found the underground cave where the evil god tribe is. In an instant, the news spread back to Tianhong's sect. Following that, it spread to Chinzong and the others. It was a true disciple of Tianhong's sect who had found it. That true disciple did not have a shocking appearance. Among the true disciples, he was of average standard. Unexpectedly, he had found the hiding place of the evil god tribe. Naturally, this true disciple had also received a reward from Tianhong's sect for finding the hiding place of the evil god tribe. It was a huge reward. It would be of great help to his future cultivation. This was a story for later. The sky prides who had received the news also started to move. They quickly headed towards the hiding place of the evil god tribe. A great show is about to begin. Within the heavenly goose gate, a figure flew out from the sky. The entrance is actually here. So the entrance is in such a place. No wonder it is so difficult to find. I have searched this place before. Unfortunately, I did not find it. Some of the sky prides who were closer arrived first. After discovering the so-called entrance, they were shocked and regretful. They were shocked that the entrance was here. They regretted that they had searched for it before, but did not find it. But no matter what, since they were here, they might as well enter directly. Not long after, Yuan Chongshan also led his team into the underground cave. After that, the true disciples of Will Heavenly Palace also entered the underground cave. Chunzong and the others were naturally among them. Almost all of the geniuses had entered the underground cave abode. As soon as they stepped into the underground cave, everyone was shocked and bewildered. There were too many passageways in front of them. At a glance, there were dozens of them in all directions. Each passageway was pitch black, like a bottomless abyss. If it was someone who had difficulty making a choice, they would definitely be confused and disoriented. They would not know what to do and would probably be pacing around here for a long time. Even if it was someone who did not have difficulty making a choice, once they entered, they would most likely spend some time and effort thinking about which direction to take. Yu Wuxiao frowned, while Xia Yingfei had a confused look on her face. She was confused again. Xia Gang didn't say anything, but he was also frowning. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Shenzong's brows relaxed. He did not think too much because the situation was simple. There were dozens of passageways, so it was hard to say which one was the real one. Without enough information, it was difficult to completely sense which one was the real one, so he could only choose randomly. No matter what choice he made, it could be right or wrong. Then, there was no need to think too much. Shenzong made his choice directly. Based on his habit and intuition, he walked into one of the passageways. Yu Wuxia and the other two followed immediately. At this moment, Shenzong was the team leader, and the three of them were his team members. It was only right for them to follow their leader. The passageway was dark and gave off the feeling that it had been dug out at the last minute. As they walked, Shenzong discovered a few more passageways. After choosing one, he discovered a few more passageways. In short, the passageways kept appearing. Moreover, many of the passageways intersected with each other, forming a circular and chaotic trajectory. It would make one lose their way and unable to find the way out. Shenzong and the others also realized that something was wrong. They felt that this was like a trap that the evil god tribe had dug out for the human prodigies to enter. No, the human prodigies had already entered the trap. Shenzong was not the only one who thought so. The other prodigies also had the same question. Could it be that this was not the hiding place of the evil god tribe? Could it be that the evil god tribe had deliberately set up a trap to lure the human prodigies in and then capture them all in one go? Prodigies of the human race, welcome. Suddenly, a voice with a hint of evil intent rang out in all the passageways and into everyone's ears. This is the base camp of the divine tribe that you have been searching for. The last sentence dispelled the doubts in everyone's hearts to a certain extent. However, there were also some who did not believe it. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, they had already entered this place. I'm the divine tribe highness that you have been looking for. Next, I will play a game with you. The voice also fell silent and did not ring out again. However, every human prodigy felt somewhat conflicted. The divine tribe highness had personally spoken and wanted to play a game. What kind of game was it? No one knew, but it was definitely not a good game. There might be fatal danger. However, as prodigies, they had their own pride and arrogance. How could they be frightened by this? Instead, they revealed some anticipation. Shenzong and the other three encountered a few more passageways. As the captain, Shenzong took the lead. He took a step and instantly disappeared. Then, Xia Yingfei followed by Xia Gang, and finally, Yu Wuxia. Fourth senior sister, third senior sister, Xia Gang. After Shenzong stepped into the passageway, he realized that the three people behind him did not follow him. This was not right. It was impossible that they did not follow him and disappeared. Chapter 2347. The forked path was dark, and Shenzong was walking alone. Are you planning to take me down one by one? Shenzong thought to himself, but he was not afraid at all. This calmness came from his well-trained state of mind and confidence in his own strength. With a long sword at his waist, Shenzong was not afraid at all. He walked forward alone. Suddenly, he unsheathed his sword and drew a cold light. It tore through the darkness and shattered a silent white light. Following that, even more attacks appeared. They came from all directions like a storm, and every single ray of light carried with them an extremely terrifying might and an extremely evil aura. He waved his sword, and the sword light surrounded him like a seal. It blocked all the storm-like rays of light and could not hurt Shenzong at all. After blocking the attacks from all directions, Shenzong chuckled and said, "Your Highness of the evil god tribe, don't use such cheap tricks." There was no one around, but Shenzong felt that his opponent should have heard him. Are you the third Tao disciple of the Heavenly Will Palace, the unparalleled divine sword Shenzong? The voice of the evil god tribe sounded like a question, but there was some certainty in it. When he searched the souls of the human prodigies, the evil god tribe had obtained some memories of the human race. It contained information about some of the prodigies who had entered the great heaven world, especially Yuan Chongshan and Shenzong. These two were Tao disciples from two different holy lands. Regardless of status or talent, they were extraordinary. They were the cream of the crop among this batch of prodigies. Only such top prodigies of the human race were qualified to be the opponent of the evil god tribe. However, whether they could be a real opponent still depended on their abilities. Being famous did not mean that one was powerful. You want to fight to the death with me, right? Shenzong thought for a moment and immediately understood what the evil god tribe was thinking. Then come at me. There's no need to send an ant to his death. Ha, not bad. You're very imposing and confident. Shenzong's reply stunned the evil god tribe. Then he laughed and said, I'll wait for you here. I hope you can come as soon as possible. The evil god tribe was not provoked. Instead, he replied to Shenzong. The voice of the evil, godly hall fell silent. Soon after, Shenzong discovered that there was a figure in front of him. The figure approached him in an instant and directly unleashed an extremely terrifying attack. It was as if the attack could destroy a mountain, and it carried an extremely terrifying might. Evil God's arm. This was the attack by the evil god tribe's arm. Not only that, but the martial arts of the evil god tribe was also. This attack directly brought along an extremely terrifying fist pressure that rushed towards Shenzong as if it was going to crush him into pieces. The passageway was narrow, and if two people walked side by side, it would be crowded. One person was just right, but it also greatly reduced the space to dodge. Shenzong did not dodge, because although the power of this punch was very strong, it could not threaten him. With a flash of sword light, a sword pierced through the air, bringing with it an extremely terrifying sharpness that pierced through and tore through everything. Slash! The sword light was like a crescent moon. It was extremely sharp and unstoppable. It instantly tore the fist pressure apart. Like a hot knife through butter, it slashed through the violent evil god arm and continued forward. Kill! The sword slashed into two. However, the soul of the evil god tribe's member did not possess Shenzong's body. Instead, it escaped at an extremely fast speed. It was too dark, affecting Shenzong's vision and senses. Even his spiritual consciousness was restricted. As a result, Shenzong did not react in time to seal the soul of the evil god tribe's member. Shenzong was not upset that the soul of the evil god tribe had escaped. He held his sword and continued forward. Not long later, another evil god tribe member appeared and attacked. The second evil god tribe member was much stronger than the first. It was a greater threat to Shenzong. However, Shenzong still killed it with a single sword strike. The third attack came. There were two evil god tribe members. One used the evil god claw and the other used the evil god arm. They were very strong. Shenzong killed them with two sword strikes. For the fourth time, four members of the evil god race attacked. This place was located at the crossroads and was much wider. The four members of the evil god race joined forces, and the pressure they brought to Shenzong increased tremendously. However, after an intense battle, the four members of the evil god race were still killed by Shenzong. And all of this was under the evil god Hall's observation. That's right. These evil god tribe members were all sent out by him. His purpose was to test Shenzong's ability. This method sounded very stupid, sending his own subordinates to their deaths. However, as long as the soul escaped, the evil god tribe members would not really die. Hence, the consequences were not that serious. He wanted to see Shenzong's strength and methods clearly. Knowing the enemy and knowing oneself, he would not be defeated in 100 battles. Since he treated this unparalleled divine sword as his opponent, he naturally couldn't underestimate it. Otherwise, he might fail miserably. He was confident, but he wasn't arrogant. Great priest, I'll have to trouble you from now on, the evil god Hall said to the great priest with a smile. Don't worry, your highness. I'll get those little toys to move out. The great priest of the evil god race let out a deep laugh and tapped his snake scepter on the ground a few times. There was an indescribable and unique rhythm to it. A dull sound rang out like the beating of a huge drum, causing the ground to tremble incessantly. A huge black shadow appeared behind the evil god high priest and walked forward step by step. After defeating the fifth wave of evil god tribe members, Shenzong walked out of the fork again and stepped into darkness. This place was no longer a fork. Instead, it was a vast space with dim light. It was like a cave that was opened up by someone. An extremely evil aura permeated the surroundings, turning into gusts of evil wind that blew past. Traces of coldness permeated the air, as if wanting to blow into Chunzong's body and invade Chunzong's mind, spirit, corroding and destroying them. In fact, the longer one stayed here, the greater the impact on the human race. It wasn't a good impact, but a bad one. Such an environment was more beneficial for the evil god tribe to unleash their strength. Bang, bang, bang. The ground trembled incessantly. Chunzong's gaze turned grave as he stared over. A huge bloated figure appeared before him, walking over step by step. It was as heavy as a mountain. An extremely terrifying, heavy, evil aura, together with the stench of rotting corpses, gushed over like a strong gale. Chunzong almost suffocated, and he quickly blocked his breathing. Thankfully, with his current cultivation, it didn't matter whether he breathed or not. It was just a habit. Even if he didn't breathe, it could still circulate in his body. He wouldn't really die from suffocation. The so-called almost suffocating was just a feeling he had as a human. No matter what, it was very smelly, extremely smelly. After blocking it, Chunzong wouldn't be affected by the stench. Sometimes smelly, spicy, and other smells would also become a sharp weapon for the enemy, affecting them and making them unable to maintain their proper state and unleash their strength. The light was dim, but Chunzong still saw it clearly. That huge and bloated figure was a monster that was 5 meters tall and 4 meters wide. It looked somewhat similar to the evil god tribe, with vertical pupils and snake hair. Moreover, one of its arms was like the evil god claw, while the other arm was like the evil god arm. However, there were traces of stitches all over its body. It felt as if countless evil god tribe corpses had been cut open and then pieced together. It looked ugly, but it also looked very reasonable. Evil god corpse puppet. It was the masterpiece of the evil god high priest. There were also some villains in the evil god tribe, like the bandits and criminals among the human race. After they were captured, they naturally wouldn't have a good ending. Berserk. Evil. The aura of this evil god corpse puppet was incomparably terrifying. On its ugly head, there were dozens of eyes. They were scattered in all directions, as if they could accurately capture everything in the surroundings. Each eye was either horizontal or vertical, flickering with red light. It was abnormally evil. Among them, there seemed to be eyeballs that were moving. When one looked at those eyeballs carefully, they seemed to be of the evil god tribe. There were eyes in the eyes, and they were all staring at Chunzong. Chunzong couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, he didn't have trypophobia. Otherwise, he would have goosebumps all over his body and might even vomit. Even so, Chunzong felt his scalp go numb. It wasn't fear, but a feeling that came from the depths of his body. Quickly adjusting, Chunzong's eyes regained their coldness. He stared at it without fear. Boom! The evil god corpse puppet suddenly took a step forward and directly approached Chunzong. The extremely thick arm of the evil god suddenly raised and gathered a terrifying force. It directly blasted toward Chunzong as if it was shattering the void. The entire cave was trembling nonstop, and the rumbling sound was also incessant. A strong wind blew, and the wind pressure was extremely shocking. It was as if it could destroy mountains out of thin air. Chunzong's expression suddenly changed. So powerful. The power of such an attack was at least at the level of a peak 11-star battle strength. Even though Chunzong's current battle strength was greater than before, he didn't dare to relax at all. He unsheathed the extreme heart phaseless sword, and the sword light flowed. It streaked across the darkness, and the sword pierced through the air. Lingwu Supreme Technique. Heart Flame Ignition. The power of the Taichu Sword Origin Body. The Heart Sword Realm of 15,000 meters. All kinds of power also erupted. Sword 6 of Heart Refinement. This was a sword that surpassed the past. It was Chunzong's ultimate sword. All of the power was condensed into this sword. It was extremely resplendent, dazzling, and eye-catching. In the depths of the cave, the evil god's majesty and the evil god's high priest saw Chunzong's sword clearly through a huge round mirror. The resplendent and dazzling sword immediately made the evil god's majesty and the evil god's high priest squint their eyes. They were secretly surprised. Good sword. The evil god's majesty could not help but sigh. The unparalleled, divine sword truly lives up to its name. It's qualified to be my opponent. That may be the case, but there's still quite a gap between it and your majesty. The evil god's high priest knew very well how powerful the evil god's majesty was, which was why he said that. You're too kind, high priest. The evil god's majesty smiled. Although he said that, a smile filled with confidence could still be seen on his face. Indeed, this sword was quite powerful, but it was still not enough to deal with the evil god's majesty. If this unparalleled divine sword was only at this level, it had no right to be his true opponent. Chapter 2348. An extreme sword light slashed through the air, piercing through and tearing through everything. The evil god's corpse puppet's extremely ferocious punch was like a meteor falling from the sky. It was incomparably violent and destructive. In the dusky darkness, the air exploded and turned into a vacuum. Countless streams of air swept over from all directions, forming a storm vortex that whistled endlessly, causing the entire cave dwelling to shake. When the fist collided with Chunzong's sword, the sword light instantly shattered, but the fist was also pierced through. Chunzong's figure flashed, turning in a perfect arc and circling behind the evil god's corpse puppet. His sword slashed through the air. The sword light was extremely dazzling, shooting in all directions. It gathered in an instant and slashed towards the evil god's corpse puppet's neck. When the sword touched the evil god's corpse puppet's neck, Chunzong's expression changed slightly. Tough. The evil god's corpse puppet's skin had an indescribable toughness. It was extremely tough. Even with the sharpness of the Taichu sword energy technique, it couldn't tear through it in an instant. However, the Taichu sword energy technique's shocking power allowed Chunzong's sword to tear through the evil god's corpse puppet's defense. However, it didn't break the sword in half. It only cut through 1/5 of the corpse puppet's body before it was blocked. There was also an extremely powerful force that contracted and blocked Chunzong's sword. At the same time, the evil god's corpse puppet's arm twisted strangely and suddenly charged towards Chunzong. The several-meter-long evil god's claw was extremely sharp and could tear through anything. It made Chunzong's hair stand on end. Once he was hit, even with his strong physique and shocking defense, he wasn't confident that he could block it. Chunzong's 5 fingers clenched together, his veins bulging like dragons as his strength exploded. His wrist lightly shook, causing the sword to tremble violently. He used a vibrating force to shake off the evil god's corpse puppet's neck and pulled out the sword. Chunzong's figure flashed, and a sword light appeared. However, he didn't retreat. Instead, he flew up and slashed across the evil god's corpse puppet's neck. The evil god's claw was several meters long. Chunzong closed in, preventing the evil god's claw from fully displaying its power. The sword light flashed by, right at the wound on the evil god's corpse puppet's neck, deepening the wound once again. Boom! The evil god's corpse puppet's reaction speed was astonishing. Dozens of scarlet eyes turned and locked onto Chunzong. The evil god's arm swung up and smashed down. It was as if a mountain was pressing down. The terrifying fist pressure caused the ground to crumble. Under the strong wind pressure, Chunzong found it difficult to open his eyes. However, Chunzong's movement technique was extremely nimble. He circled around once, and not only did he avoid the evil god's arm's violent attack, he also slashed out with his sword once again. The evil god's corpse was extremely powerful, and its reaction speed was also very fast. Its defensive power was even more shocking. It could be said to be a terrifying monster, but after a few exchanges, Chunzong still found its weakness. That was that it wasn't smooth enough. Although its movements were fast, it was a little stiff. It wasn't as nimble as a human. Moreover, The evil god's corpse puppet's body was huge, far larger than Chunzong's. If the evil god's corpse puppet was compared to an elephant, then Chunzong was as agile as a leopard. As long as he wasn't hit, he would continue to dodge and use guerrilla tactics. Moreover, he wouldn't casually attack with his sword. However, once he did, he would definitely attack the weakness of the evil god's corpse puppet. For example, the neck, the joints, etc. If one sword wasn't enough, then two. If two didn't work, then three. Using his unparalleled agility, Chunzong swiftly moved around and played around with the evil god's corpse puppet. An eternal battle fort genius charged into the fork. His battle intent surged into the sky as he continued to advance. Very suddenly, a small but concentrated sound could be heard. It was getting closer and closer, and it made one's scalp tingle. Looking over, the expression of this eternal battle fort genius changed drastically. It was a black tide-like thing that was approaching at an astonishing speed. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a tide-like thing. Instead, it was a fist-sized black beetle. Its shell was black and shiny, and its claws seemed to be extremely sharp. It also had a mouth full of shark-like teeth. Die! The eternal battle fort genius only felt his scalp tingle. His expression was extremely serious, but he didn't back off. Instead, his battle intent erupted and condensed in his hands before he suddenly slapped out. The palm print tore through the air and directly landed on the black beetle tide. It immediately pushed them back, sent them flying, and killed them. However, he was shocked to find that his 10-star battle strength attack had only killed a limited number of black beetles. It was only the first few dozen of them. However, compared to the black tide-like beetle tide, these dozens of black beetles were just a small part of it. It was like a bowl of water in a pond. Boom! Boom! One palm followed by another, bombarding out continuously. The palms connected together like an endless river. Whistling sounds could be heard continuously, as if the waves were surging violently. Batches of beetles were killed one after another. Every time, dozens of beetles died. However, the dead beetles were instantly drowned by the beetles that came after them. Close. The black, tide-like beetles closed in on the eternal battle fort genius at an astonishing speed. Even if he wanted to back off, it was too late. He was immediately surrounded and crawled all over his body. His fists, palms, fingers, legs, and everything else turned into weapons. With an extremely tyrannical strength, he crazily attacked and killed wave after wave of black beetles. Then a miserable shriek sounded. When the black tide-like beetles quickly spread, the eternal battle fort genius was already dead. Only his skeleton was left. Even his soul didn't manage to escape. As the sword light flashed, the evil god corpse puppet's punch suddenly paused. The forearm that was connected to the giant fist was instantly chopped off. The forearm fell to the ground and smashed into the ground with a shocking sound. In the next second, the sword light split into two into four into 8. In just an instant, the sword had split into a few hundred or even over 1,000 strands of sword light. Every single strand of sword light was extremely sharp and seemed like a material weapon, and all of them descended onto the enormous and bloated body of the evil god's corpse. The thousands of sword lights were extremely bright. They were as gorgeous as fireworks in the night sky. The sword lights hadn't dispersed, yet when Chunzong had already sheathed his sword, and his figure lightly descended to the ground. The tip of his foot touched the ground, and without a sound, his entire body seemed as if he was gliding on water, and his graceful figure was like a swallow flying on water as he flashed past the evil god's corpse that was surrounded by over 1,000 sword lights. When the sword light dissipated, the fiend god's corpse remained motionless as if it had been immobilized. In the next breath, cracks appeared on the fiend god's corpse's neck, joints, and other parts of its body, spreading outwards. Broken. In the previous attack, Chunzong had focused on the evil god corpse puppet's neck and various joints. He had cut in from every angle. The last sword light was like the straw that broke the camel's back. It had cut off the neck and all the joints. Dozens of crimson eyeballs were also pierced by the sword chi, and the pupils inside were also shattered. The evil god corpse puppet was directly destroyed by Chunzong. Good sword technique. The evil god high priest expression turned serious. He had personally created the evil god corpse puppet. He was very clear about its battle strength. But now, in a situation where he had the upper hand in terms of strength, it was actually dismembered by the opponent's superb sword technique. This sword technique was indeed very exquisite and superb. Because of this, the evil god high priest knew the weakness of the evil god corpse puppet. It would be convenient for him to improve it in the future. However, what the heretical god high priest was more interested in was Chunzong himself. If he could capture this person and modify him, perhaps he would become an excellent helper. After Chunzong recovered his strength, he continued to move forward. He stepped into a new fork in the road. It was still a relatively narrow fork. When Chunzong was about halfway through, his sharp ears heard a faint sound. It was like the sound of small insects scratching the ground. In an instant, the sound was so dense that it made one's scalp tingle. Chunzong's eyes were extremely sharp. As he stared, he saw a black wave rolling towards him. It was faster than him. It was not water, but fist-sized black beetles. Chunzong's amazing eyesight allowed him to clearly see the appearance of the black beetles. They had scarlet eyes, a single horn, dense saw-like teeth, and 6 sharp legs. A strong sense of danger terrified Chunzong. He immediately retreated without hesitation. However, the black beetles were too fast. They were much faster than Chunzong. Chunzong did not have time to retreat from the fork in the road. He swung his sword. With a flash of sword light, he directly attacked the black beetle at the front. The extremely sharp sword's strength immediately tore apart the black beetle's amazing shell and killed it. However, Chunzong frowned slightly. The number of black beetles killed by this sword strike was less than he had expected. This meant that the defensive power of the black beetles was stronger than he had imagined. Slash! Slash! The beetle's speed was extremely fast, and they quickly approached without fear of death. Chunzong's sword was also extremely fast, and the sword light was continuous and violent, like a storm. For a moment, the beetles were actually unable to truly close in, and they fell one after another into death. There were many black beetles, at least hundreds of thousands of them. Even so, in the end, not a single black beetle could really touch Chunzong's body. The closest one was 2 meters away, which happened to be the range of the sword. Slash! The last black beetle was slain by Chunzong's sword. At first glance, it was densely packed with black beetle corpses. An indescribable sour smell filled the entire fork in the road. It was nauseating. Slash! 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 Chunzong's body turned into a beam of sword light and flew past. Evil God's High Priest was observing all of this. However, the Evil God's High Priest did not see it because he had his eyes on Yuan Chongshan. In his opinion, only Yuan Chongshan was qualified to be his real opponent. After all, Yuan Chongshan's cultivation was higher than Chunzong's. His battle strength was better than Chunzong's. Chapter 2349. You're worthy of being my opponent. You're the first one to find this place. The evil god's majesty clapped his hands and smiled at Yuan Chongshan's muscular body. Evil god's majesty. Yuan Chongshan's voice was low like thunder. His eyes were like 2 little suns, shining brightly in all directions. He then looked at the tall and strong figure. Evil god. High priest. Ha ha. Yuan Chongshan couldn't help but laugh. Good, very good. Since I found you first, it's your misfortune. I'll take revenge for the people you've killed in Tianhong World. His voice was powerful and resonant, and it was like rolling thunder that intimidated all demons and monsters. Don't boast too early, the evil god's majesty smiled. The heretical god, high priest, smiled faintly. The heretical god high priest only glanced at him for a moment before turning his attention back to one of the mirrors. It was Chunzong. Yuan Chongshan also saw many evil light mirrors. He also noticed that the evil god majesty was staring at the evil light mirror that showed Chunzong. His face sank as he felt that he was being looked down upon. It made him furious. Explode. An extremely powerful chi soared into the sky as if there was a huge shadow there. It gave out a terrifying chi like a mountain. Then, Yuan Chongshan punched out. The fist chi was like a dragon coming out of the abyss. It carried a violent and overbearing power as it attacked the evil god's majesty. That punch was his full power. It surpassed the top 11-star level and reached the 12-star level. As the third Taoist of the Purple Extreme Hall of the Great Yuan Empire and the one with the highest talent among the three Taoists, Yuan Chongshan was constantly improving. His combat strength was much stronger than when he had fought against Qinzhou. 12-star. At this moment, Yuan Chongshan's battle prowess was at the 12-star level. This was his normal battle prowess. He threw out a punch, and the terrifying power fused with the force field. The evil god's palace master's expression suddenly changed, and he felt a little scared. Such a punch was berserk and tyrannical. If one were to be struck by it, one would definitely suffer. The evil fiend hall master also knew that he would not be able to block such a punch with his own defense. Thus, he did not stand there motionlessly. Instead, he threw a punch. It seemed like a simple punch, but it also contained an extremely terrifying evil power. When the punch was thrown, it was as if there was an endless number of vengeful spirits roaring, wanting to drag people into hell. It was a destructive punch, an extremely evil punch. The two fists collided in an instant. There was a slight pause, and in the next breath, it turned into an explosion like an apocalyptic storm. Endless destructive ripples rushed out and directly shattered everything in all directions. Yuan Chongshan was shocked. The evil godly highness's punch was extremely powerful, especially that evil energy. It was extremely aggressive. It was about to break through Yuan Chongshan's defense and corrode his arm. It was very difficult to deal with. The evil god's majesty's expression changed slightly. It wasn't that accurate just by feeling it. He could only understand how powerful, violent, and overbearing Yuan Chongshan's punch was when he came into contact with it. It felt like the power of a mountain had been condensed into that punch. It made his arm tremble. It felt like it was about to be crushed. As expected of the Mountain King. Come, let me fight to my heart's content. The evil god's majesty's battle intent surged. Before, he had found some human geniuses, but the results weren't even satisfactory. They were too weak and couldn't threaten him at all. Now, Yuan Chongshan had come. Such a powerful battle prowess had aroused the evil god's majesty's battle intent. Evil power burst out and spread, enveloping the surroundings. The evil god's majesty's body rapidly expanded. Evil god transformation. His blood was extraordinary. He was different from ordinary evil god clan members. He could change his appearance at will. However, only his real body could display his full strength. After the evil god transformation, the evil god's majesty's body became 3 meters tall. His snake hair danced in the wind. His vertical eyes were filled with ice-cold coldness. A slit appeared between his eyebrows. It looked like a closed eye. Yuan Chongshan roared and unleashed a terrifying power. His muscular body swelled up like a balloon. Every tendon and muscle on his body bulged and released a shocking amount of power. A layer of red light appeared on his skin and quickly spread out, turning into a halo. Gigantic, tyrannical body. It was still the second layer, but it seemed to be much stronger than before. Because when he had fought against Qinzhou, he had restricted his own cultivation. He had also restricted the gigantic tyrannical body's power to a certain extent. Now, he was using his full strength. Under the gigantic tyrannical body, Yuan Chongshan's body expanded to 2 meters tall. Each of his muscles bulged, containing a terrifying power. Battle power. Full strength. Whether it was Yuan Chongshan or the evil god's majesty, they both exploded with their strongest battle power. This was a battle of life and death, not a spar. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be. Of course, this was for the human race. The evil god's majesty also had the evil god's claw and evil god's arm. Furthermore, He had gathered these two powers in one hand. He used the evil god's arm's violent power to control the evil god's claw's shocking sharpness. Fight! It was an intense battle. It was a violent battle. However, when a powerful shockwave swept out and blasted towards the evil god's high priest, the evil god's high priest suddenly slammed his snake staff on the ground. Ripples spread out and turned into void ripples. They surrounded the evil god's high priest and turned into a transparent eggshell. The terrifying shockwave directly landed on the oval-shaped protective shield. Layers of ripples spread out. It was as if countless rocks had fallen into a calm water surface. Countless ripples spread out. The ripples collided with each other and became even more chaotic. However, the protective shield didn't break. From this point, one could see the evil god's high priest's shocking ability. After blocking the chaotic shockwave, the evil god's high priest didn't counterattack. He was staring at Chunzong through the evil light mirror, watching Chunzong's every move. He also created all kinds of trouble for Chunzong, delaying Chunzong's footsteps. Otherwise, Chunzong would have arrived here long ago. The evil god's high priest's purpose of creating trouble for Chunzong was to force Chunzong to reveal his methods. He wanted to see more clearly and then think about how to make better use of him after capturing him alive. The other geniuses were also intercepted by the evil god tribe's warriors. They continued to fight. The consequence of losing was to be captured alive. After winning, they had to continue moving forward and encounter danger again. Fortunately, the evil god's highness was fighting Yuan Chongshan, and the evil god's high priest's attention was mainly focused on Chunzong. Unknowingly, it reduced the pressure on the others to a large extent. Otherwise, there would be more people captured alive. Yuan Chongshan's strength, speed, and defense had increased greatly. Especially his defense. It was as if he didn't know pain. The evil god's highness's attacks directly landed on his body, unable to push him back at all. However, when Yuan Chongshan's attacks landed on the evil god's highness's body, they were also weakened by the snake-like armor. It was difficult to injure his body. This was an evenly matched battle. After killing the black beetle tide with a sword, Chunzong was faced with a choice again. 3 paths appeared in front of him. Chunzong didn't know that this was actually the evil god's high priest trick. When Chunzong chose one of the paths and walked for a while, a rumbling sound suddenly sounded out. From a moment it appeared to the moment it became intense, it only took a breath's time. Chunzong's eyes suddenly widened. In front of him, a huge black ball was rolling towards him at an astonishing speed. The ball seemed to be extremely heavy, but it was as fast as lightning. It carried an extremely cold and violent aura as it rushed towards him, trying to crush Chunzong directly. Swinging his sword, the sword light broke through the air and directly hit the ball that was rolling at lightning speed. However, the moment the sword light hit the ball, not only did it not shatter, but it was also crushed into pieces. Chunzong's eyes narrowed slightly as he waved his sword again. Streaks of sword light pierced through the air and struck the rolling ball. However, they were all crushed by the rolling ball, turning into countless fragments that splattered everywhere. The ball was getting closer and closer. The extremely terrifying aura suppressed Chunzong, making him feel like he was about to be killed. However, Chunzong didn't retreat. His eyes focused and radiated light. He took a deep breath and mobilized all his strength in an instant. Endless sword light and sword chi were integrated into this sword. The ultimate sword, the most powerful sword. The sword technique of refining the heart to 1, sword 6. Although every sword attack just now was crushed, Chunzong also grasped the characteristics of the ball. This sword attack was a sure kill sword attack. The sword light broke through the air, extremely bright and condensed to the extreme. It directly touched the rolling ball. In a split second, the sphere paused for a moment, and its lightning-like speed also paused. With Chunzong's sword as the center, cracks snaked out and rapidly spread out. In the blink of an eye, they covered the entire sphere. In the next moment, the sphere shattered, turning into a pile of rubble. The rolling of the ball miraculously dissipated the power of the attack. Chunzong continued to wave his sword. Although his sword was constantly crushed by the ball, he also probed the mystery of the ball. In the end, his full strength burst out and directly broke the ball, resolving the crisis. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of the evil god high priest, which made him even more surprised and even more surprised. Such a genius was indeed amazing. He should be the top genius of the human clan. If he captured him alive, he would use a secret technique to refine him into his evil god spiritual puppet, making him his most powerful left and right arms. Then next would be the last test to see if this person was really qualified to be refined into his first spiritual puppet by using the most powerful evil god secret technique. Evil Shadow, it's your turn. The evil god high priest gently tapped the ground with his snake staff and whispered. Chapter 2350. It was an unreal silhouette. The moment it appeared, it instantly solidified, but it was extremely brief. It responded to the fiend god high priest and took a step forward. Then, as though it was surrounded by endless smoke, its figure once again faded and became illusory before disappearing into nothingness. On the other side, Yuan Chongshan, who had used the gigantic primary tyrant body, and the fiend god high priest, who had revealed his fiend god true body, were still locked in an intense battle. Chunzong walked over a pile of rubble. Not long after, he walked out of a fork in the road and stepped into a spacious cave abode. Suddenly, Chunzong retracted the step he had taken and retreated with astonishing speed and agility. In the blink of an eye, a wisp of a black shadow pierced out from the side. It was soundless and impossible to guard against, and it was only a little bit away from piercing through Chunzong. The strands of cold aura that were suffused from that wisp of black shadow caused Chunzong, who possessed a sharp perception, to feel cold all over his body. The black shadow disappeared into nothingness after its attack missed. Chunzong stood still, his eyes extremely sharp and radiant. He scanned his surroundings, and his spirit consciousness spread out, but he didn't find any trace of the shadow. However, Chunzong's main technique was the sword domain, which had reached the second level of the heart sword domain. The heart sword domain spread out and directly covered the entire interior of the cave abode. Even the cave walls were covered and permeated by the heart sword domain. The ability of the second level of the heart sword domain surpassed that of the Yuan underworld to a certain extent. Everything within the heart sword domain would be difficult to hide. Even so, Chunzong could only capture a very vague silhouette. That silhouette seemed to be in the depths of the void, like a lurking poisonous snake, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Even though he had discovered something, Chunzong's expression didn't change at all. It was as though he hadn't noticed anything. The lurking figure was very patient. He remained motionless, like a sculpture hidden deep in the void. After a while, Chunzong seemed to be faster in the endurance competition. A hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. It was barely noticeable, but it was caught by the lurking figure. Soon after, Chunzong sheathed his sword and retracted his heart sword domain. He took a step forward once more, and a slight opening appeared. The figure lurking in the void also seized that fleeting opening and immediately attacked. Like a venomous snake, it was fine if it didn't move, but once it moved, it attacked with all its might, leaving no chance for survival. A wisp of a black shadow that was like a venomous stinger, soundless and swift like a bolt of lightning, directly pierced out from the depths of space. It was condensed with unparalleled poisonous and cold energy, and it was sharp to the extreme. It was like the final strike of a peerless assassin when he released his life force. At that moment, Chunzong felt his entire body tighten. His primordial spirit trembled violently, and even his spirit was shaken. If he hadn't been prepared, this attack would have killed him. However, everything he had done was to lure the other party out. After all, the heart sword domain could sense the other party's presence, but it wasn't very accurate. Moreover, the other party was hidden deep in the void. It would be difficult for his attack to kill him, and it would only alert the other party. Since that was the case, he had to lure the other party out of the void so that it would be easier for him to counterattack. Right at this moment, right at this moment. Within the scabbard, Chun Zong's extreme heart phaseless sword, which had condensed all of his strength, left the scabbard in an instant. It directly burst forth with incomparable light, dispersing all the darkness in the surroundings. It was like a blazing sun releasing extreme light. Nothing could hide from it. Everything was about to be melted. This sword light was too dazzling and too blazing. Even the evil shadow, who had unleashed an all-out attack, couldn't help but be slightly affected. In a battle between experts, a slight influence could determine the outcome of the battle, or even life and death. This was the opportunity that Chun Zong had to grasp. When the sword left the scabbard, the sword light was dazzling, and the sword was fatal. It was launched later, but it arrived first. This sword directly pierced into the depths of the void, following the trajectory of the black, poisonous thorn, and piercing towards the evil shadow that was hiding in the void. This sword was grasped at the perfect timing. It couldn't be dodged, nor could it be blocked. The evil shadow was directly hit by the sword. The sword chi exploded in an instant, wreaking havoc everywhere. The evil shadow could no longer hide and was forced to reveal itself. What welcomed it was the endless sword chi. The sword light wreaked havoc, and all of it landed on the evil shadow's body. No matter how strong its body was, it couldn't block such a terrifying sword light. After all, the evil shadow's defensive power was inferior to the evil god's corpse from before. However, it had an advantage that the evil god's corpse couldn't compare to, and that was its ability to hide and assassinate. It was like a peerless assassin, especially its attacks. Once one was hit, one would definitely die. But now, not only did it fail to kill this human, but it was also lured out by this human and killed by him. How pathetic, seeing the puppet that he had painstakingly refined being killed so easily. The evil god high priest was both heartbroken and surprised. He was heartbroken because it wasn't easy to refine the evil shadow. It took a lot of time, effort, and treasures. Now that it was killed, it was equivalent to wasting all those time and resources. He was surprised because he had already seen Chun Zong as a spiritual puppet. The stronger he was, the more shocking it would be after refining it into a spiritual puppet. "Come, I'll wait for you here." The evil god high priest murmured as if he was summoning Chun Zong. At the same time, the voice of the evil god high priest sounded in Chun Zong's ears. That voice seemed to be whispering in his ears, as if the evil god high priest was right beside him. Sheathing his sword, Chun Zong adjusted his breathing and quickly recovered his strength. At the same time, he strode forward again. There was an entrance there, the only entrance. He didn't know where it led to, but Chun Zong had a feeling that if he walked in and out, he would reach the final destination and see the biggest goal of this trip. The evil god highness. The evil god high priest. When Chun Zong stepped out of the passage, he saw a huge cave dwelling. It was many times bigger than the cave dwellings he had passed by before. It was at least 10 times or even 100 times bigger. It had an indescribable grandeur to it. Its height was at least a few hundred meters or even 1,000 meters. It was circular in shape. Chun Zong's gaze swept across it. He immediately saw that there were cages on the walls of this huge cave dwelling. Many humans were locked up in these cages. Below them, there was a huge statue of the evil god king that was 100 meters tall. The statue was on the altar that was 10,000 meters wide. It was very lifelike, as if it was a real evil god king. Intense collisions rang out continuously. Terrifying auras spread out in all directions. Chun Zong was shocked. It was a fierce battle between 12-star level combatants. Chun Zong could tell at a glance that one of the parties fighting was the third Taoist of the Purple Extreme Hall, Yuan Chongshan, who was known as the Mountain King. Chun Zong had never seen the other party before, but he was sure that it was the evil god tribe. After thinking for a while, Chun Zong determined the identity of the other party. It was the evil god tribe's highness. It seemed that Yuan Chongshan had beaten him to it. Since that was the case, Chun Zong's gaze swept across and landed on a tall, hunched figure holding a snake staff not too far away from the Cthulhu King statue. This get-up, if he was not mistaken, should be the so-called Cthulhu High Priest. As long as he got rid of the evil god Highness and the evil god High Priest, he would have accomplished half of his goal in the great heaven world. Thinking of this, Chunzong's eyes narrowed. His gaze focused. Sword light shot out in all directions, locking onto the evil god High Priest from afar. He approached step by step. With every step he took, Chunzong's aura would condense a little. On the ground, as Chunzong moved forward, he left a straight mark, as if it was cut by a sharp sword. It was a sword mark, where the footprints pointed where the sword mark went. The heretic god High Priest's eyes were dark red, with specks of dark brown scattered around. It gave people a kind of turbid feeling, but it wasn't the turbidity of old eyes. Instead, it was a kind of unseen depth that brought about an invisible pressure. Being stared at by those eyes, Chunzong also felt an indescribable pressure. That pressure seemed to come from the depths of his soul, as if an invisible hammer was violently pounding on him. However, Chunzong only felt the pressure, but he was not afraid. His footsteps did not slow down, and his speed did not increase or decrease. He maintained a uniform speed as he walked forward, continuously accumulating sword energy and increasing sword pressure. When it was increased to the maximum, once he drew his sword, he would definitely unleash an ultimate strike. The evil god High Priest gently lifted his snake staff and then gently tapped it. The ground suddenly shook, as if it was trampled by an ancient giant beast. An indescribable force instantly surged through the ground, directly rushing towards Chunzong's feet. This force was incomparably vigorous and domineering. It could destroy mountains and destroy peaks, attempting to cripple Chunzong's legs. However, Chunzong's foot landed, and his sword energy surged, instantly resisting and shattering that force. The heretic god High Priest raised his snake staff again. This time he struck it 3 times in a row, and it was as if the 3 strikes were fused into one. The ground did not shake violently, but a strange ripple spread out. Around Chunzong's feet, a faint green light suddenly appeared. Layer by layer, the light rapidly contracted from the outside to the inside. Layer by layer, it carried a strange and terrifying power, turning into rings that contracted, trying to bind Chunzong. Chunzong's right hand grasped the sword hilt, and the sharp sword was 3 inches out of the sheath. In an instant, a shocking sharpness vibrated out, turning into countless sword energy, sweeping in all directions. Under the endless sword energy, the faint green rings were shattered one after another, unable to bind Chunzong at all, and also unable to stop Chunzong from moving forward. However, the evil god High Priest did not panic at all. He lifted his snake staff again. This time, he lifted it much higher than before, and it fell down even faster as if it was going to drill through the ground. With a bang, the snake's staff fell down like a meteorite crashing into the ground. It did not drill through the ground, but an invisible ripple spread out in an instant. His feet, legs, and even his body were the targets of those scarlet bone claws. And there were as many as dozens of scarlet bone claws. The scarlet bone claws, which contained an evil and violent power, grabbed at Chunzong with astonishing power, causing his expression to change slightly. If the evil god High Priest's previous 2 attacks were just probing moves, then this time he showed his true strength. Chapter 23:51. Dozens of scarlet bone claws filled with an extremely evil power instantly tore through the air and clawed at him from all directions. Waves of horrifying cold wind swept up, infiltrating and invading everywhere. Chunzong's expression was solemn. The sword that was originally 3 inches out of the sheath was completely unsheathed in an instant. As soon as it was out of the sheath, it bloomed with an eternally bright light. It was extremely dazzling and extremely sharp. The sword light exploded like a ring of stars, slashing through all directions and slashing through dozens of bone claws. However, it did not cut them off as expected. The bone claws were unexpectedly hard. The sword light was continuous, like flowing water, like the waves of a river. Wave after wave, Each wave of sword light contained extreme sharpness. If one wave was not enough, then two. In an instant, under dozens and hundreds of sword light, no matter how hard the bone claws were, they could not withstand it and were all cut and shattered. The third attack of the evil god high priest was also neutralized by Chunzong. 100 meters. Chunzong and the evil god high priest were separated by 100 meters. This was a distance that was neither close nor far. Chunzong's right foot paused slightly, and his body leaned forward slightly, as if he was pressing his center of gravity on his right foot. His toes clenched the ground, and on the instep of his combat shoes, large tendons bulged, containing extremely terrifying power. His eyes were as cold as the edge of a sword as he stared at the evil god high priest, as if he could pierce through him. His sword aura continued to accumulate and had reached the extreme. It was so condensed that it permeated around Chunzong and turned into wisps of sword energy. In the next breath, with a bang, the power completely erupted from his right leg. Chunzong's entire body flew out like an arrow that had left the bow. The sword chi that suffused his body transformed into wisps of smoke that fluttered in the air, as if they were blown away by a violent wind. His long hair danced wildly like a sharp sword in the sky. The extreme heart phaseless sword in his hand suddenly swung out. A horizontal slash. It was extremely fast as lightning and aurora. Chunzong performed the heart-refining sword technique, Sword 6 to the extreme. The power of this sword had reached the peak of the 11-star level. The heretic god high priest felt as if he was about to be cut in half. Although the power of the sword was only at the peak of the 11-star level, for some reason, its sharpness was extremely shocking. The snake staff tapped on the ground, and ripples spread out from the bottom to the top. They gathered above the heretic god high priest's head, forming an eggshell, which then turned into a protective shield that firmly protected him. Chunzong slashed at the shield with all his might, but was immediately blocked by the shield. The power of the Taichu sword source was extremely sharp and had the characteristics of splitting the world apart, tearing everything apart. However, this time, it was unable to work completely. It was only able to cut into the shield a little before it was neutralized by the strange power of the shield. Nothing was absolute. Besides, there was still a gap between Chunzong's power and the evil god high priest's. If it were any other 11-star combatant, their full-powered attack would not even be able to damage the Diablo high priest's protective shield. The fiend god high priest was even more shocked that half of his defensive barrier had been cut open. This kind of power was too sharp, too shocking. Chunzong immediately swung his sword a second time after failing to break through the shield with one strike. The sword and the sword connected, and the sword light turned into a line. In the end, it still broke through the Diablo high priest's protective shield and closed in an instant. The sword slashed at the Diablo high priest's neck, wanting to cut off his head. The snake staff waved gently and blocked the sword light. Chunzong only felt a powerful and violent power explode from the snake staff. This power was as shocking as an ancient ferocious beast. This kind of power was even more powerful than his own. It directly shook the sword away and pushed him back. The snake staff was obviously not ordinary. It took the attack of the extreme heart phaseless sword without being damaged at all. Not even a mark was left on it. The moment Chunzong was pushed back, the Diablo high priest's snake staff also suddenly struck down. The snake head of the staff fiercely smashed toward Chunzong. It was as fast as a viper coming out of its hole, and as fierce as a python breaking out of the ground. It was vicious and vicious. Chunzong's figure flew back in the air, but he used the force to increase his strength. His body curled up like a swallow, and not only did he avoid the vicious attack of the snake staff, but his long sword slashed through the air and drew a stunning arc of light. It was as beautiful as a dragonfly skimming the water, but it was also filled with an unparalleled sharpness. It directly slashed toward the neck of the Diablo high priest. Cutting off the head with one strike was the safest way. At that time, the Diablo high priest would also be sealed by the demon sealing spell and completely eliminated if he wanted to possess the body. However, The great priest of the evil god tribe wasn't someone that those ordinary members of the evil god tribe could compare to. The snake staff that was originally extremely sturdy suddenly softened. It was as though it had transformed into a venomous snake that was extremely lifelike. It flicked out its crimson tongue and exploded forth with lightning speed, lunging toward Chunzong. Its body rapidly circled around, not only blocking Chunzong's sword attack, but it also wanted to entangle Chunzong. Chunzong had a premonition that once he was entangled, it would be difficult to pull out. It would be very disadvantageous for him. The sword slashed. It seemed that he had exhausted all his strength, but it was just an illusion. At that moment, Chunzong turned heavy into light. He lightly touched the snake's staff and immediately showed unparalleled agility. His body moved along the snake's staff and constantly circled around it, attacking the Diablo High Priest. His other hand was like a sword. Sword chi condensed and pointed at the lower jaw of the snake head that was opening its mouth to bite him. At this point, Chunzong only felt the sword chi on his finger shatter. His finger felt like it was being hammered. Waves of pain came, as if his finger bones were broken. Fortunately, he blocked the snake head's bite. Chunzong kicked out and kicked the snake head to the side. The tip of his sword was already close to the Diablo High Priest's neck. He was able to multitask completely. Slash! When the sword slashed down, Chunzong's expression changed. The sword missed. The Diablo High Priest figure was very strange. In an instant, he turned from solid to illusory and avoided the sword slash. As soon as he dodged, he counterattacked. The snake staff directly turned into a huge cobra-like poisonous snake. Its body was dozens of meters long and extremely thick. It wrapped the Diablo High Priest in the middle and firmly protected him. The huge triangular snake head that looked like it had opened its wings raised high. It swayed gently, constantly flicking its scarlet tongue. A pair of red, cold, and ruthless eyes stared at Chunzong. Chunzong couldn't help but feel waves of chills from the depths of his body. Under the gaze of that pair of cold, ruthless vertical pupils, Chunzong was under great pressure. This pressure came from the depths of his body and his divine soul. An extremely tyrannical power fluctuation was emitted from the huge, poisonous snake. It condensed into one and pressed down. 12-star. The huge, poisonous snake that the snake staff had transformed into had the combat strength of a 12-star. This was the true power of the Diablo High Priest. Senior, I can only borrow your power again, Chunzong said quietly. Only he and the demon heart could hear his voice. The array formation of the Tianhong world had a limit on the level of power. It couldn't exceed the Yuanming realm. Even the demon heart couldn't break this rule, because he only had the combat strength of a Dao master. Furthermore, he wasn't the top Dao master he had been when he was alive. As a result, the demon heart's help to Chunzong was greatly limited. However, Chunzong could still borrow the power of the demon heart to raise his combat strength to a higher level. However, it was still at the Yuanming realm. Divine spirit borrowing power. In an instant, a majestic power surged out of the demon heart and poured into Chunzong's body like a flood breaking through a dam. It merged with Chunzong's own power and greatly increased Chunzong's own power. The aura overflowed like a raging wave and soared into the sky, shaking the surroundings. The Diablo High Priest's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly commanded the huge, poisonous snake to pounce forward. The hissing sound was like the roar of a huge beast, and the stench was like a wave of thick smoke. Divine Marshal, Chunzong roared. His eyes shone brightly like the sun hanging in the sky, illuminating the world. His left hand's fingers were like a sword as they swept across the body of the sword. A tyrannical power quickly spread from the spine of the sword all the way to the tip. The sword light was biting cold, like a pale divine fire burning endlessly. It emitted an earth-shattering divine power. Countless sword chi burst forth and condensed on Chunzong's body, forming a 10-meter-tall shadow. Chunzong's shadow had the exact same movement and expression as Chunzong. The shadow reached out and grabbed at the air, Countless sword chi surged and condensed into a long sword shadow that was exactly the same as the extreme heart phaseless sword. This scene made the Diablo High Priest's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. A bad premonition arose in his heart. At that moment, the huge snake's head pounced forward like lightning. Its barb-like, venomous fangs were about to pierce through Chun's zone. Sword drawing. Horizontal slash. The sword light broke through the air, and the 10-meter-tall shadow slashed out with the sword at the same time. The power was vast and mighty, splitting heaven and earth. When the sword was unleashed, its power was boundless, boundless, boundless. The Diablo High Priest's expression changed drastically. Even Yuan Chongshan and the Diablo Hall Master, who were fighting fiercely on the other side, were alarmed. They instantly stopped and looked over. When they saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. This was unexpected. This was completely unexpected. Who would have thought that the peerless divine Sword Chenzong could unleash such a shocking power? The head of the snake, which was ferocious and ruthless like lightning, was directly cut by the sword of the divine martial shadow. It paused for a moment, and in the next breath, it was directly broken. The power of this sword was too terrifying. The sword momentum did not dissipate. It still carried a terrifying power as it charged towards the Diablo High Priest. The Diablo High Priest was horrified. The Diablo High Priest grabbed at the air with his right hand, and the giant snake that had been cut off suddenly emitted a strong light. It quickly entered his hand and turned back into the snake's staff. With a sudden shake, waves of power spread out and formed a protective shield again. This protective shield was not just one layer like before. There were 10 layers, and they firmly protected the Diablo High Priest. Under the sword light, the protective shield was broken one layer at a time. The Diablo High Priest's vertical pupils widened, and his face was tense. His snake hair danced wildly, as if a group of snakes had come alive. It was obvious that he was doing his best. The 10 layers of protective shield were all broken by the divine martial shadow sword. However, after breaking through the 10 layers, the power of the divine martial shadow's sword was greatly weakened. When it slashed towards the Diablo High Priest, it was blocked by the Diablo High Priest's final burst of power, and he waved the snake staff. Chapter 23:52. With one slash, the Cthulhu High Priest was sent flying, crashing violently into the Cthulhu King statue that was 100 meters tall. He spat out a mouthful of dark green blood. His expression withered slightly. On the other side, Yuan Chongshan was pushed back by the evil god's majesty's attack. The gigantic Yuan tyrant body was a secret technique of the Purple Extreme Palace. It wasn't an ordinary technique. Therefore, when it was used, it would consume the user's strength. That battle was intense. Yuan Chongshan used his full strength, but he couldn't defeat the evil god's majesty. The evil god's majesty was too strong. This was the headquarters of the evil god clan in the Tianhong world. It was good for the evil god clan, but not for the human race. It was bad for them. Yuan Chongshan's gigantic origin tyrannical body finally couldn't hold on any longer. After all, every time the gigantic origin tyrannical body received an attack, it would be difficult for him to be injured. He wouldn't feel any pain, and he wouldn't be pushed back. However, every time he received an attack, it would consume an astonishing amount of energy. Under the extremely powerful attack, Yuan Chongshan was sent flying. His 2-meter-tall strong body quickly shrunk back to its original size. Yuan Chongshan, who had lost his giant Yuan tyrant body, took the hit. Although he wasn't injured, his face was pale and his body was exhausted. The battle just now was extremely intense. Not only did he have to attack, but he also had to be weaker than the evil fiend temple. The evil energy had seeped into his body and increased the burden on him. You're quite strong. You're qualified to be my guard. Even though the evil god's majesty had consumed a lot of strength, he recovered his strength quickly. After that, the evil god's majesty attacked again. Yuan Chongshan's body was suddenly covered by a layer of light, which blocked the attack. It was a defensive secret treasure. The evil god's majesty was startled. He attacked again, but Yuan Chongshan's defensive secret treasure blocked all his attacks. Yuan Chongshan stood there motionlessly, letting the evil god's majesty attack him. He used his defensive secret treasure to block all the attacks. That secret treasure had been given to him by his sect. It was extremely powerful and could only be activated at a critical moment. It was difficult for the evil god's majesty to break it. Furthermore, once the power of this artifact was activated, Yuan Chong Mountain could ignore it unless they wanted to stop it. While the power of the defensive artifact was still there, Yuan Chongshan quickly took out an elixir and consumed it. He circulated his cultivation art and quickly refined the elixir's power to recover his cultivation. After his cultivation recovered, he would take the initiative to remove the power of his protective artifact and fight the evil god temple. Although he was at a disadvantage in the battle just now, Yuan Chongshan also felt that he had stimulated some of his potential in the fierce battle. If he continued to fight, he was confident that he would be able to take another step forward and possess a stronger combat strength. 12-star combat strength was equivalent to the combat strength of the Transcendent Realm. This was a general term. The range of its level could even exceed the range of 10-star to 11-star combat strength. If one wanted to subdivide the 12-star combat power, it would be even more detailed. The Evil Fiend Hall's Evil Fiend Hall gave up on attacking Yuan Chongshan and turned to attack Chunzong instead. Chunzong slashed out with his sword, and the Divine Marshal's shadow also slashed out with it. With Chunzong's current cultivation, he could borrow more of the god's power. Therefore, not only did his combat strength reach the 12-star level of the Transcendent Realm, but it was also one of the stronger ones. With such battle prowess, not only did he break through the snake staff's power with a single sword strike, he even sent the high priest of the evil god flying and injured him. Now, with a single sword strike, he had broken through the high priest of the evil god's attack with an irresistible force. The evil god's majesty's expression changed drastically. He screamed and retreated without hesitation. This sword was too powerful, and he could not block it. Unexpectedly, it turned out that the unparalleled divine sword was the strongest one. The injured Cthulhu high priest did not make a move. Instead, after retrieving the snake staff, he faced the Cthulhu King statue and chanted a mysterious prophecy. His chants rose and fell, containing an indescribable unique rhythm. The chains on the Cthulhu King statue started to vibrate, connecting to the pillars around them, continuously guiding and transmitting the power of the ball of light at the top of the pillars. An extremely evil aura spread out wildly. It instantly filled the entire cave and made Chunzong feel an unknown pressure. Staring at the Cthulhu King statue, Chunzong swung his sword without hesitation. He used all his strength. The 10-meter-tall Divine Marshal's shadow also swung its sword. It used all its strength to destroy the Cthulhu King statue. Chunzong had a realization. The Cthulhu King statue was the key. The evil god's majesty and the evil god's high priest were also key. Only by getting rid of these two key points could they solve the crisis of the Tianhong world. The giant sword light slashed through the air like it was nothing and hit the 100-meter-tall Cthulhu King statue. Red light flashed and flickered on the surface of the Cthulhu King statue. It blocked the giant sword light's attack. Even when the sword light dissipated, the red light was not broken. This kind of power made Chunzong's expression extremely serious. In the next moment, the Cthulhu King statue's eyes shot out two extremely red lights. One shot towards Chunzong, while the other shot towards Yuanchou Mountain. It was too fast. It was faster than lightning. Chunzong could not dodge it at all. The red light was already there. In an instant, the red light exploded and turned into 100 smaller lights. They fell around Chunzong and formed a prison, trapping Chunzong in it. Chunzong was slightly taken aback. He immediately felt a shocking force pressing down on him from all directions. Not only did it completely seal off the surroundings, it was also trying to destroy his power. Chunzong was in such a situation, and Yuancheng Mountain was no exception. He was also trapped. Yuancheng Mountain used his protective heirloom to block the evil power's attack, but could not escape. Slash! Chunzong slashed out with his sword, and the divine martial shadow slashed out with his sword as well. Carrying an astonishing amount of power, the sword slashed down heavily on the red pillars of light that were as thick as an arm around the prison. However, this extremely powerful strike did not manage to break through the pillars of light. Instead, it suffered a backlash and the sword light shattered. The second slash. The third slash. Chunzong swung his sword continuously. He slashed again and again, but every sword light shattered. He could not break the prison at all. The evil power continued to increase, crazily squeezing from all directions, causing Chunzong to feel more and more pressure. Yuan Chongshan sped up the refinement of the pills and recovered his strength. Although his defensive artifact could still resist, it was already emitting a series of creaking sounds. It was very ear-piercing and made one's scalp tingle, causing Yuan Chongshan's expression to become extremely solemn. Once his protective heirloom's defense was broken, he would have to face this terrifying evil power directly. Given the strength of this evil power, his defensive power would be as fragile as a thin sheet of paper. He would be torn apart directly. When that time came, he would undoubtedly die. Although Yuan Chongshan had thought of the danger, he had never thought that he would die here. It should be known that his combat power was tyrannical and was completely at the 12-star level. He also had a protective heirloom with him. In a world where no one could surpass the Origin Demon Realm, it was undoubtedly his greatest guarantee. It was what he relied on to run rampant. However, he was about to be crushed and his life was in danger. Chunzong did not brandish his sword to attack again. After all, his attacks were simply unable to break this prison. Don't worry, I will refine you into a spirit puppet. When that time comes, you will not lose your consciousness or spirituality. Apart from completely obeying my orders, everything you possess will still exist. You can still cultivate and become stronger. The great priest figure flashed and appeared outside the scarlet prison. His eyes were filled with an indescribable ambition as he stared at Chunzong. His gaze was as if he was admiring a perfect work of art. Chunzong couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The great priest's words also made Chunzong extremely vigilant. The power of the evil prison will continuously consume your power until it is completely exhausted. When that time comes, you will lose all ability to resist, the great priest said again. In his opinion, Chunzong, who was trapped in the evil prison, was already a turtle in a jar. There was no way he could resist. Chunzong did not answer the great priest's words. Instead, he quickly pondered. Break out of this situation. How could he break out of this dangerous situation? The only way is to break the evil prison, Immo Exine said. Chunzong also understood this point. Only by breaking the evil prison would he have any hope of breaking out. However, he had already tried just now. The evil prison's power was astonishing. It was simply impossible to break through. Moreover, the pressure was astonishing. Chunzong also felt that his power was constantly draining away, as if it was being absorbed. If this continued, once all his power was absorbed, he would lose all ability to resist and fall into the hands of the other party. At this moment, the evil god tribe appeared one by one, holding a human captive. Third senior sister, fourth senior sister. Chunzong's expression changed when he saw them from the corner of his eye. Among the people being held captive was his third senior sister, Yu Wuxia, and fourth senior sister, Xiaoying Fei. Other than them, there were also other geniuses. Yu Wuxia and Xiaoying Fei also saw Chunzong trapped in the evil prison. Their expressions changed, but they were powerless to save him. Senior, do you have any ideas? Chunzong could only ask for advice. The situation was urgent, and there was no time to think carefully. Let's try the sword world, Imoixin said after pondering for a while. At this point, there was no other way. After all, his power was greatly restricted. He couldn't erupt with power that surpassed the Yuan underworld realm, and thus couldn't break the evil prison. He had never encountered the evil god tribe before. His power was restricted, and he wasn't familiar with their characteristics. Naturally, he felt helpless. After thinking about it, Moxin thought of the sword world. He actually knew the contents of the sword world. After all, he was now one with Chunzong and depended on Chunzong to exist. If he could control the sword world, he might be able to break the evil prison. Senior, I haven't mastered the sword world yet. Chunzong couldn't help smiling bitterly. Time was too short. There was simply no time to cultivate in seclusion. Cultivate now. Moxin's tone was unquestionable. Cultivate in peace. I will block the power of the evil prison. Chapter 2353. One by one, the human geniuses were captured alive, escorted here, and locked up in the prison on the cave wall. This scene caused despair to rise in people's hearts. This was indeed the main camp of the evil god tribe. They had found it, but the result was a complete annihilation. This was especially true when they saw that the third Taoist of the Purple Extreme Hall, Wang Yuan Chongshan, was also trapped in the prison. After all, Wang Yuan Chongshan was publicly recognized as the strongest person on this trip. If even he was trapped, then what about the others? As for Chunzong, although he was the third Taoist of the Heavenly Palace and had the title of Unparalleled Divine Sword, his cultivation base had yet to reach the pinnacle of the Yuan underworld stage. He still couldn't compare to Wang Yuan Chongshan. Of course, they didn't know that Chunzong had a divine spirit. They didn't know that Chunzong could use the divine spirit to unleash a divine martial technique that was even stronger than Wang Yuan Chongshan. If they had known, they might have felt even more despair. After all, even someone with such strength was trapped in the prison and couldn't escape. Unable to break free, all the human geniuses had their powers sealed and were sent to the prison, becoming prisoners. High Priest, Your Highness, 30 of the human prodigies that entered have died. The rest have been captured. An evil god tribe warrior immediately reported to the evil god tribe's high priest and the evil god tribe. He was speaking the language of the evil god race, and the majority of the humans couldn't understand him. However, a small number of humans understood him, and Chunzong could hear him clearly. 30 dead. The rest were captured alive. This was like a trap waiting for everyone to enter. Now, everyone had fallen into the trap. Those who died were dead, and those who were captured. You all heard what I said just now, but perhaps you don't understand the language of the sacred race. The evil divinity Highness smiled. He turned back into his human form, which was very charming. He glanced at the prisoners, making them feel like they were being stared at. You human geniuses have all been annihilated, said the evil divinity Highness with a smile. Most of the human prodigies didn't believe what the evil god tribe's high priest said. How is that possible? How could they be completely wiped out? Both of them couldn't surpass the Yuan underworld stage, so how could they be completely wiped out? Shio wants to talk nonsense and disturb our state of mind. One of the human race's heavens pridelings roared. Since you don't believe me, then let someone you are familiar with tell you. The evil fiend Highness had a mocking expression on his face as he clapped his hands. Immediately, a figure flew over and appeared beside him. Greetings, Your Highness. The moment this person arrived, he immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle to the fiend god temple, and then to the fiend god high priest. When everyone saw this person, they were first stunned. Then, their expressions changed greatly. They couldn't believe their eyes. Who was he? The patriarch of the Heavenly Hong sect. It was the patriarch of the Grand Heaven sect. It was unexpected. Chunzong, on the other hand, felt a sense of relief. The Heavenly Goose Gate did not activate the Great Defensive Formation. The rumor was that the Heavenly Goose Gate's old ancestor, who had gone out to travel for thousands of years, had returned and displayed absolute battle prowess. He had repelled the invading evil god tribe and defended the Heavenly Goose Gate. At that time, Chunzong and the others believed it. However, after entering this place, Chunzong realized that the evil god tribe was very powerful. If they really wanted to attack, the Heavenly Goose Gate would not be able to defend at all. They had to activate the Great Defensive Formation. However, the Heavenly Goose Gate was safe and sound. They did not activate the Great Defensive Formation. Now, there was an answer to everything. The Heavenly Goose Gate's old ancestor had already defected to the evil god tribe. He was still a human race and had not been possessed. The evil Chi ring could not sense him, but he had already defected to the evil god tribe and become their lackey. Throughout history, there were many people who had been bribed by the evil god tribe and had betrayed the human race to defect to the evil god tribe. The Heavenly Goose Gate's old ancestor was not the first, and he would not be the last. Although he knew this, anger kept surging from the depths of his heart and was about to explode. Anger. Anger. Every single human race was angry. The flames of anger burned brightly as he stared at old ancestor Tian Hong through his eyes. It was as if he wanted to burn old ancestor Tian Hong to ashes. That old face, which was originally amiable, now looked abominable. That seemingly amiable smile had an indescribable malevolence. Hatred. They wished they could skin him alive, pull out his tendons, and grind his bones to ashes. Traitors of the human race were the most detestable. Perhaps, this time, the capture of everyone had something to do with this person. All of you are geniuses from various major forces. You have extraordinary talents and great potential. Your future is limitless. The Heavenly Goose Gate's old ancestor was full of smiles. He still looked so amiable, but it was irritating. His voice was also so amiable, but it was even more irritating. It would be a pity if you all died here. Many years of bitter cultivation and limitless future would vanish like smoke. Think about it. Don't you think it's a pity? Although the Heavenly Goose Gate's old ancestor was detestable and hateful, one had to admit that his voice and words had a strange rhythm. It was like a gentle breeze and drizzle. It wasn't strong, but it poured into everyone's minds little by little. This wasn't a good thing for everyone whose powers had been sealed, as it affected their minds little by little. All of them recalled their hard work and bitter cultivation over the years. They had gone through numerous life and death situations to obtain their current strength. It would be a pity if they really died here. After all, they hadn't cultivated to the limit and could still continue to improve, break through the Yuan underworld realm, and reach the divine ability realm. They could even break through to the Tao Venerate realm and become a high and mighty Tao Venerate elite that everyone looked up to. Patriarch Tian Hong saw the changes in everyone's expressions, but there were still a few people with extremely strong willpower who weren't affected. Patriarch Tian Hong narrowed his eyes. Look at me. My talent is average, and cultivating to the high Yuan underworld realm is already my limit. Even after thousands of years of experience, I still haven't improved. However, ever since I met the sacred race, I obtained a great opportunity and directly broke through to the perfected Yuan underworld realm. Not only did my cultivation break through, but even my cultivation technique and divine ability improved. Now, my combat strength has reached the peak of the 11-star level. The Heavenly Goose Gate's old ancestor had a fanatical look on his face. Originally, he had been at the high Yuan underworld realm and had only reached the 10-star level after thousands of years of experience. That had been his limit. However, because he had joined the sacred race and obtained great opportunities and benefits, his cultivation had broken through and his combat strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He had reached an unprecedented level in an unimaginable realm. Everyone here is a celestial. Whether it is talent or potential, all of you surpass me. If you can obtain a lucky chance from the saint race, I believe that your cultivation and combat strength will rise by leaps and bounds. Surpassing me will be easy. Patriarch Tian Hong's words were indeed very tempting. What was important to a cultivator? Cultivation, strength. There was no doubt about it. With great power, one could control more. One's own fate, the fate of others, and so on. The evil God Hall Master and the evil God High Priest didn't say anything. They just let Patriarch Tian Hong do as he wished. If Patriarch Tian Hong could persuade some of the human race elites to join the sacred race, that would be a good thing. If not, he could only use some means. The result of using some means naturally wouldn't be as good as taking the initiative to join the sacred race. There would be some flaws. As for refining spiritual puppets, it wasn't easy and consumed a lot of resources. It couldn't be used on everyone. The evil god high priest had already decided to concentrate all the resources on Chunzong. Even an army of thousands couldn't compare to a peerless elite. Everyone, don't be bewitched by this bastard. There were still some who could remain calm and shouted, "Damn bastard, you betrayed the human race. Not only will you die, but your Heaven Hong sect will also be annihilated." Patriarch Tian Hong was the patriarch of the Heaven Hong sect. He had betrayed the human race and joined the evil god tribe. It was hard to say if the Heaven Hong sect had already joined the evil god tribe. If so, the Heaven Hong sect had to be annihilated. The human race would do their best for their own kind. They wouldn't have the slightest bit of mercy for traitors, no matter what the reason was. Betrayal was betrayal. No matter how many reasons were used to cover it up, it couldn't get rid of the fact that they were traitors. Hearing their roars, Patriarch Tian Hong sneered. Now that things had come to this, they still wanted to leave unscathed? That was impossible. They would either die, be possessed, or surrender to the sacred race. No matter which one it was, it wouldn't be a threat to him. On the contrary, if he succeeded in persuading them to surrender, he would have made a contribution and would be rewarded by the sacred race. No matter what Patriarch Tian Hong said, Chunzong didn't care. Instead, he started to cultivate. Time was of the essence. He had to race against time to master the sword world as soon as possible. According to the Demon Heart's deduction, the power of the sword world should be extremely strong. Perhaps there was a chance of breaking through the evil prison and turning the situation around. If even the sword world couldn't do it, then there was probably no other way. They would really be wiped out. However, in order to master the sword world, Chunzong had to first compress the world domain and use it to replace the world core. He had tried to cultivate it many times before, but he had failed time and time again. Now his soul had been replenished, and his strength had increased by a lot. Compared to before, he had a greater chance of successfully compressing the world domain and using it to replace the world core, successfully cultivating the sword world. This would take time. The evil prison continued to suppress and absorb Chunzong's power. This would interfere with Chunzong to a great extent, making it impossible for Chunzong to cultivate in peace. Fortunately, he had the Demon Heart. With his power, he could block the evil prison suppression and absorption. It wouldn't affect Chunzong in the slightest. Chapter 2354. Chunzong got rid of all distracting thoughts and focused on cultivating. The 15,000-meter world domain spread out, but it couldn't break through the evil prison's restraint. The evil prison was very strange. It didn't look big, only a few dozen meters in radius, but the space inside was more than 100 times bigger. It was very strange. However, the changes inside could not be sensed by the outside world at all. They were all isolated. Even if the Cthulhu High Priest was chanting the sacrificial rites and using the power of the Cthulhu King statue to cast the evil prison, he still could not sense the changes inside. The 10-meter-tall god's martial shadow was still there. It emitted an extremely overbearing power, but this god's martial shadow was not Chunzong's power. It was the Demon Heart God Spirit's power. It was controlled by the Demon Heart God Spirit. The reason why it appeared in this form was to create an illusion. Although the outside world couldn't sense any aura, they could see that the evil prison wasn't isolated from the outside world. He was so careful to avoid any accidents. Otherwise, if the other party found something wrong and forcefully interfered, it might cause Chunzong to fail. He wasn't very confident to begin with. Once he was interfered, the success rate would be even lower. Compress. The world domain began to compress. Previously, when Chunzong was compressing to 10 meters, he encountered an unbreakable bottleneck. Because his soul was split, he hadn't recovered yet. Now that his soul had completely recovered, he went one step further. The 15,000-meter world domain was quickly compressed. When it was compressed to 10,000 meters, it encountered a rebound. But Chunzong was already prepared for this rebound. He easily resisted it and continued to compress. When it was compressed to 1,000 meters, it encountered a second rebound that was even stronger. Shenzong resisted it again. The third rebound was when it was compressed to 100 meters. The rebound was much stronger, but Shenzong resisted it again. He felt it was much easier than the last time. The fourth rebound would be when it was compressed to 10 meters. It was also the final point of the previous rebound. It would stop at 10 meters. This time, Shenzong was confident that he could successfully compress it to within 10 meters. But only when it was compressed to 1 meter could it be considered a success. Only then could he use the world domain to replace the heart of the world and combine it with the heart sword realm to cultivate the sword world. 90 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters. Shenzong's compression speed was very fast, but he was not anxious at all. The closer he was to the 10-meter mark, the calmer Shenzong became. There was not the slightest ripple in his mind. 20 meters. The next step was 10 meters. Shenzong was ready for the fourth and stronger rebound. Shenzong still remembered the powerful rebound force of the fourth time. He had failed several times and had to give up in the end. 10 meters. With a buzzing sound, an extremely terrifying power erupted in an instant. It was as if a mountain torrent had burst out of a dam, or as if the sea was flowing in reverse. It directly erupted and attacked without any mercy. Shenzong's expression was solemn. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his robe swelled as he tried his best to resist the attack. From the looks of it, it was as if he was resisting the oppression of the evil prison. The heretical god high priest didn't have the slightest doubt. Instead, he revealed a hint of ridicule. Don't make any unnecessary resistance. The power of the evil prison is not something you can resist. The heretical god high priest smiled and said, "Submit to me, submit to me. I will use the power of the evil wheel reincarnation array to absorb the life force of all living things in the Tianhong world. I will use a portion of it on you to forge a peerless foundation for you and allow you to improve further and surpass what you are now." Although the heretical god high priest didn't say much, the information he revealed made Shenzong secretly shocked. Although he was in the midst of cultivation and cleared all distracting thoughts, it didn't mean that Shenzong didn't know anything about the outside world. The evil wheel reincarnation array. Could this be the name of the array that covered the entire Tianhong world, absorbing the life force of all living things in the Tianhong world? What was he trying to do? It was terrifying to think about. Once he succeeded, the Tianhong world would completely fall. Thinking about it, Shenzong didn't know how to imagine it. Sword world. He had to succeed in cultivating it. He had to succeed before the evil wheel reincarnation array was completed. He had to reverse the situation and resolve the crisis of the Tianhong world. No matter what the heretical god high priest said, Shenzong ignored him and focused on compressing. He endured it. He finally endured the impact of the fourth rebound and successfully compressed the world domain to 10 meters. However, this wasn't the end. He continued to compress. 9 meters. When it was compressed to 9 meters, Shenzong felt a terrifying rebounding force erupt, which was beyond his expectations. Luckily, Shenzong's soul was even stronger after being replenished. After blocking the rebound this time, he continued to compress. 8 meters. Another tyrannical force rebounded. Shenzong was already prepared. 7 meters. 6 meters. 5 meters. Every time he compressed it by 1 meter, there would be a rebound. Moreover, each rebound would be stronger than the previous one. Luckily, although each rebound was stronger, it wouldn't be by much. Instead, it would increase bit by bit, allowing Shenzong to withstand it. The benefits of having his soul replenished were fully displayed. If not for this, he would have already failed when he compressed it to 10 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. Next, it would be 1 meter. 1 meter, which was the limit of the world domain to be compressed, replacing the standard degree of the heart of the world. Shenzong knew that when it was compressed to 1 meter, the rebound might be even more powerful and astonishing. In fact, he wasn't sure whether he could withstand it or not. However, even if he wasn't sure, He had to try his best. Compress. 1 meter. In an instant, as if a deep-sea monster had awakened, as if a star had exploded, an extremely terrifying and unparalleled violent force directly erupted. This force was much stronger than before. It was like the eruption of an ancient volcano, destroying everything. Chunzong only felt that his strength was about to collapse under this force. He shouldered a heavy responsibility. No matter what, he couldn't fail. Once he failed, he would have to spend some time to adjust his breath and start again. That would waste a lot of time. This time, only this time, he had to succeed. He gambled everything. Gambled on his beliefs. He had to succeed. Hold on for me. With a strong heart, his strength would be strong. All his potential seemed to be constantly dug out, constantly erupting, resisting this extremely powerful counterforce that seemed to destroy everything. Resist. Hold on. Chunzong's long hair fluttered in the wind. Every strand of his hair was filled with astonishing power. They were as sharp as swords and could easily pierce through steel. His expression was solemn. His forehead was covered with veins, and his eyes were blazing with a cold light. Chunzong gritted his teeth and continuously stimulated his strength. This was the strength of his mind, spirit, and heart. This was the strength of his beliefs. No matter what, he had to hold on. It was like a tug of war. The rebound force that erupted was not endless. Instead, it would be consumed continuously. As long as he could endure it, he would succeed. Right now, it was up to Chunzong to exhaust himself first, or the rebound force to exhaust himself first. This was related to success or failure. The 10 human outstanding talents were brought out of the cages and brought to the front of the evil god temple. Kneel, the evil god tribe's warrior shouted. However, the 10 did not move. Kneel, the second voice rang out. The evil god tribe's warrior directly kicked out, hitting the back of the 10 people's knees. The 10 people whose strength was sealed immediately knelt on the ground. They were incomparably sorrowful and indignant, roaring as they tried to stand up. Humiliation. Unparalleled humiliation. They actually knelt to the evil god tribe's warrior. Even though it was not voluntary and they were forced to kneel while their strength was sealed, it was still a humiliation, a great humiliation. However, the evil god temple's warrior revealed a smile as if he was high and mighty. To him, it was normal for him to humiliate the 10 people first. The other imprisoned outstanding talents were all enraged, gritting their teeth and glaring at him. This was not only a humiliation for the 10 human outstanding talents, but also a humiliation for them. All of you kneel properly. Once someone resisted and struggled to get up, they would be suppressed by the evil god tribe's warrior, unable to move at all. They could only maintain their kneeling posture. Submit to me, and you will be able to obtain a new life. The evil god temple's voice was filled with an inexplicable charm. Don't even think about it. I will not submit even if I die. A bunch of things that are neither human nor ghost. Yet, you still want me to submit? Although they were kneeling and were filled with humiliation, these 10 human outstanding talents did not submit. Instead, they cursed angrily. Not bad. You have a lot of backbone. I admire you very much. The evil god temple's warrior narrowed his eyes slightly. He seemed to be smiling, but also seemed to be angry. Since that is the case, then offer up your divine souls and bodies. As soon as he said that, 10 beams of light suddenly shot out from all directions. They were the divine souls of the evil god tribe's warriors. They instantly sank into the glabellas of the 10 outstanding talents. The 10 of them struggled intensely. Their expressions changed drastically, and their bodies trembled. Their expressions were as malevolent as ghosts, changing here and there. 10 breaths later, all the struggles stopped. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the 10 of them got up one after another. Their expressions were wooden, and their eyes were empty. It was only after a long while that they became lively again. Greetings, Your Highness. The 10 of them knelt and bowed to the evil god temple's warrior. What have you done? A human outstanding talent roared furiously, his face filled with shock. The 10 of them have already been possessed. An evil god tribe warrior sneered. You can either submit to His Highness or be possessed like them. Without a doubt, being possessed was equivalent to having one's soul destroyed. Only an empty shell would be left behind for the evil god tribe to occupy and use. If they submitted, they could still retain everything about themselves. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to betray the human race. How should they choose? No matter which option they chose, it wouldn't be a good outcome. Outstanding talents. What are you worried about? Ancestor Tian Hong spoke again with a smile. In my opinion, of course you should choose to submit. That way, you can continue to cultivate to a higher realm. As for the outcome, it will be written by the victors. The strength of the sacred race is not something you can imagine. As long as you submit to the sacred race and contribute the most to the sacred race's efforts, when the sacred race's army truly descends on this world and takes over this world, you will be the greatest contributors. Ancestor Tian Hong's words and voice were filled with bewitchment and fanaticism. It was as if a storm had been set off, especially when they personally saw the 10 outstanding talents go from refusing to submit to the evil god tribe to being possessed to directly kneeling down. It struck the depths of many people's hearts, causing their beliefs to waver. Chapter 2355. Another 10 people were escorted out of the prison. Kneel! The evil god tribe attacked and forced them to kneel again. It was extremely humiliating. Submit or die. The evil god tribe's hall master looked down from above, and a faint evil smile appeared on his lips. The expressions of the 10 people kept changing. They did not reject or rebuke directly like the first batch because they already knew the consequences. The consequence of rejecting was being possessed by the evil god tribe. Many members of the evil god tribe had been killed, and many divine souls had escaped. They all needed a new body. The evil god tribe's hall master waved his hand gently, and beams of light shot out from all directions, floating behind the evil god tribe's divine souls. They were all divine souls of the evil god tribe, and they emitted an evil and cold aura. To the human race, the evil god tribe was evil. Their aura was naturally evil as well, and it made people feel uncomfortable. There were more than 100 divine souls of the evil god tribe, causing the human race's geniuses to feel a chill all over their bodies. Think carefully. If you reject, your souls will scatter and your bodies will be possessed. From then on, you will no longer be yourselves. If you submit, you will still be yourselves. You will just have another target to pledge your loyalty to. With your intelligence, you should know very well how to choose. Old Ancestor Tian Hong said again, going straight to the point. All of them had uncertain expressions. I don't have that much patience. 3 breaths, the evil god tribe's hall master said again, putting even more pressure on everyone. Don't agree, someone shouted in the prison. You can't agree. Once you agree, you will be a sinner of the human race. I would rather die than be a traitor. I submit. Although all sorts of shouts kept ringing in their ears, in the end, one person could not take it anymore. He did not want to die, and he did not want his soul to scatter after being possessed. Thus he said those 2 words, submit. You traitor, how can you submit? At first there was a pause. Then everyone was enraged. However, the person who said that he would submit lowered his head and did not say a word. He did not reply at all. I submit. Soon, a second person could not take it anymore and said that he would submit. The evil god tribe's hall master revealed a smile and nodded secretly. Very good. As long as someone started it, it would further crush the persistence in the hearts of the others. I will not submit even if I die. The third person roared furiously and struggled, looking at the evil god tribe's hall master, as if he wanted to perish together with the evil god tribe. However, he was helplessly suppressed by the evil god tribe's hall. Very ambitious. This scene chilled everyone's hearts even more. This was a difficult choice. It was an interrogation of one's heart. Everyone was the same. Those who said that they were indifferent to life and death were because they had never really faced that kind of situation. Of course, there were some who had truly seen through life and death, but it was very, 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 very few. Anyone who saw through life and death had gone through countless trials and tribulations before they could finally see through life and death. Now, the people here could only be considered as the younger generation. They were still far from it. Submit. Possess. There would always be people who were unwilling to die and chose to submit. However, the majority of them were unwilling to submit and were possessed. The third batch, Yuan Chongshan, had already recovered his strength. However, the evil prison's power continued to suppress him and devour the power of his defensive secret treasure, causing the power of his defensive secret treasure to be depleted. He estimated that he would not be able to hold on for long. Yuan Chongshan's face was pale. Looking at the people who submitted, he was infuriated. As a human, how could he submit to a foreign race? Humiliation. It was a great humiliation, but he was powerless to do anything about it. That feeling was driving him crazy. Hatred. Yuan Chongshan hated his powerlessness. He wanted to pay a price in exchange for more power. He wanted to break the evil prison and kill the evil god palace. He wanted to kill all those who dared to betray the human race and submit to the evil god tribe. Submit. The few humans who had already submitted looked at the third batch of human sky prides and spoke one after another. Actually, it's nothing much. As long as you say the word submit, you will be released. That's right. As long as you are alive, you can cultivate to a higher realm and obtain greater power. These people's mentality was simple. They had already submitted to evil divinity and were despised by the others who hadn't submitted to him. Now, they wanted to drag others down with them and make them submit to evil divinity and betray the human race. Only then would they feel better. This mentality was sick. Damn it, you all deserve to die. An eternal battle fort's genius roared, glaring at the traitorous human race. It was one thing to betray the human race and submit to the evil god tribe, but they actually instigated the other human race prodigies to do so. Chenzong knew all this, but he couldn't care less. He had compressed his world domain to 1 meter, and the rebounding force had already reached its limit. The first burst of energy was like a tiger. The second burst of energy would weaken, and the third burst of energy would weaken. As long as he could withstand this attack, he would weaken, and his energy would be depleted. But at the same time, Chunzong's resistance had also reached its limit. Now he was holding on with his unparalleled will and faith, but he was on the verge of collapsing. Would Chunzong collapse first, or would his rebounding force weaken first? In that instant, many thoughts flashed through Chunzong's mind. Responsibility. The responsibility on his shoulders. If he failed here, there would only be 2 outcomes. First, the great heaven world would completely fall. The evil god tribe would use this place as their base and slowly infiltrate the void. In the end, they would be a greater threat than the barbarian tribe. Second, the great heaven world would be destroyed. The former was more likely. That was because once the prodigies here were controlled by the evil god tribe, the consequences would be very serious if they spread false information to the outside world. His friends and even family members could suffer because of this. I won't allow it. Chunzong roared in his heart. His rebounding force, which had reached its limit, suddenly surged. It was like the final radiance of the setting sun, blocking the final impact of the rebounding force. Exhaustion. The rebounding force started to weaken, and Chunzong's rebounding force also started to weaken rapidly. Fortunately, the rebounding force weakened even faster. He blocked it. He finally blocked it. The world domain had finally been compressed to 1 meter. The world domain, which had been compressed to 1 meter in size, floated in front of Chunzong and was enveloped by the divine martial phantom. From the outside, it was difficult to see anything. Moreover, at this moment, most of the evil god high priest's attention was attracted by the evil god temple's side, so he didn't notice Chunzong's changes. After all, he had 300% confidence in the evil prison. The world domain, which had been compressed to 1 meter, had completely condensed into a material form. Vegetation, forests, rivers, lakes, mountains, the sun, the moon, and stars. Everything was clearly visible. It was as if a real world had been compressed. A mystical aura spread across the place. Chunzong quickly adjusted his breathing and recovered the energy he had expended. Next, he would start to cultivate the sword world. The difficulty of cultivating the sword world was that one had to first master the second level of the sword Dao domain. One also needed to integrate the heart of the world into it. Once these two conditions were met, the difficulty of cultivating the sword world would be greatly reduced. Of course, a great reduction didn't mean that there was no difficulty. There was still difficulty, and it wasn't small. Whether it was difficult or not was still relatively speaking. However, for Qinzong, as long as he could compress the world domain to 1 meter and complete the necessary conditions to cultivate the sword world, the difficulty of cultivating the sword world wouldn't be that great. He was very confident. On the other side, some people in the third batch also submitted. Some were unwilling, but they were taken over and didn't even have the chance to resist. The fourth batch, there were 10 people in each batch. It wasn't that there couldn't be more, but the evil god tribe did it on purpose. In this way, they constantly put pressure on the people and broke their minds. When it came to the fifth batch, there were more people who submitted. There were originally less than 5 people, but now there were 5 people. The 10 people in the sixth batch were also escorted out. Among them, there were Yu Wuxia and Xiang Fei. In addition, there were also Sky Prides from the Eternal Battle Fort, Myriad Tribulation, Divine Flame Mountain, and Purple Extreme Hall. Almost all of the 10 people came from the 4 Great Holy Lands. Compared to the other batches, this lineup was even more shocking. Your Highness, these 10 people have extraordinary backgrounds. They're the Sky Prides of the 4 Great Holy Lands. It would be better if they submit. One of the Sky Prides had already submitted and quickly changed his mind. He was doing his best to be the evil god tribe's lackey, and he said with a flattering face. His words immediately attracted the angry gazes of the 10 people. If eyes could kill, then he would have been killed by 1,000 cuts at this moment. If it was under normal circumstances, he wouldn't dare to offend the Sky Prides of the 4 Great Holy Lands. However, it was different now. Weren't the 4 Great Holy Lands arrogant? Now, they could either kneel and submit or be possessed. Just thinking about it made him feel very carefree. An indescribable, perverted pleasure spread through his body and mind. The 4 Great Holy Lands. The evil god tribe revealed a smile. He also knew the reputation of the 4 Great Holy Lands. They were the 4 strongest forces in this void. They were extremely tyrannical, and even the sacred race was afraid of them. Mountain King Yuan Chongshan and unparalleled, divine, Sword Qinzong were both Taoists of the 4 Great Holy Lands. It was undoubtedly a wonderful thing to have the Sky Prides of the 4 Great Holy Lands submit to him and the sacred race. Thinking about it, even the evil god tribe couldn't help but feel a little excited. Kneel! The evil god tribe spoke first. However, the 10 people didn't move. It was impossible for them to kneel. They weren't soft-footed shrimps. Did you hear that? Kneel immediately. The evil god tribe member behind him was furious. The evil god tribe member took the initiative to speak. How dare he be so insensible? He was simply courting death. Kick! The evil god tribe's warrior kicked out directly. In that instant, its legs split into 10, kicking out toward the crooks of the 10 people. It planned to do what it had done previously, kicking all 10 of them until they dropped to their knees. Under the situation where their powers were sealed, they wouldn't be able to resist. Chapter 2356. Sword World. Open. That voice wasn't loud, nor was it hysterical. It also didn't contain any killing intent or killing intent. It was like the soft humming of a cool breeze, like a murmur by one's ear. However, it also spread out in all directions, permeating through the void and entering the ears of every member of the evil god tribe. What was even faster than the sound was a wave of energy. It was like a gentle breeze, and ripples spread out. Everything was swept past and affected by the shockwaves. At that moment, it was as if time had stopped. The entire cave dwelling was completely covered, turning into a giant three-dimensional painting. Stop. Solidify. The evil god tribe's warrior that was kicking out 10 times at the knees of Yu Wuxia and the others, trying to force them to kneel, suddenly froze and turned into a statue. The tip of its foot was less than 1 inch away from the knees of Yu Wuxia and the others. But at this moment, this inch was like the end of the world. The evil prison around Shenzong was still there, but it couldn't stop this energy from spreading out. What's going on? Yuan Chongshan's expression changed drastically. He realized that the evil prison around him was still there, and his protective energy was still there. However, he could clearly feel the suppression of this energy. That energy was formless, colorless, and formless, but it came from all directions, everywhere. Even if he had fully recovered his strength, he still felt restricted and suppressed in front of this energy. It was extremely uncomfortable. Similarly, the evil god Highness and High Priest also felt the same. Although they weren't like the other evil god tribe warriors who couldn't move, they really felt like they were being suppressed. They could only feel the heavy pressure around them, making every move difficult. What kind of energy was this? In an instant, the evil god Highness and High Priest both turned to look at Shenzong. They could feel that the source of that formless pressure was that human prodigy. Well, Heavenly Palace's third Tao disciple, unparalleled sword god Shenzong. The evil god High Priest's face was filled with shock and confusion. How could this be? Clearly, the other party was already imprisoned by the evil prison, and his strength should be constantly draining away. How could he still release such energy? Could it be some kind of hidden technique? Was it a power bestowed by the Heavenly Palace's sovereigns? Thinking about it this way, it seemed to make sense. The evil prison was indeed powerful, but it was not invincible. Go! The evil god Highness reacted quickly. With a wave of his hand, the souls of the evil god tribe members behind him shot out and charged towards the human geniuses, intending to possess them. At this time, it was no longer important whether he would submit or not. He would seize the body first to avoid unnecessary changes. Sword come! A clear shout rang out. In an instant, the sound of swords being unsheathed rang out continuously. The sound of swords clanging was sonorous and powerful. It was clear to the ears. Not just 1, not 10 either, not even 100. Instead, it was 1,000 daos. The streaks of sword light were about 1 meter long and extremely dazzling. They were condensed from countless streaks of sword chi. They were like divine swords that had been tempered thousands of times and were extremely sharp. These sword lights had no hilts. They were 1 meter long and 2 fingers wide. The moment they appeared, there were hundreds and thousands of them. As each sword light flickered, they emitted an astonishing sharpness, causing the evil god tribe members to feel a chill run down their spines. It was as if they were being sliced apart. Slash! The second word rang out. As the sword light flickered, it immediately attacked the souls of the evil god tribe members who were trying to possess them. The power contained in this sword light was extremely terrifying. It directly pierced through those souls and killed them. Generally speaking, even if one soul was struck by a sword, it would not be destroyed directly. At most, it would suffer some injuries. Only a power that specifically targeted the soul could severely injure or even kill it. However, the sword light in the sword world could destroy and kill everything. In just an instant, the souls of the evil god tribe members were all pierced and torn apart by the sword light. They left behind a series of sharp screeches as their souls scattered. Slash again. As the sword light whistled, it was as if thousands of swords were worshipping their master. They shot out from all directions like a tidal wave, like a raging sea, and crashed into the evil prison. The evil prison was extremely tough. Previously, Chunzong had tried to resist it with the power of a divine martial artist, but he was unable to break it. Now, under the thousands of sword light, the tyrannical evil prison could no longer withstand it. It was slashed apart and shattered, allowing Chunzong to break free. He stood quietly in the air as thousands of sword light floated in all directions. His eyes shone with a cold light, his long hair fluttered in the wind, and his robes were piercingly cold. He was like a god of swords. The kind of charm directly entered one's heart, turning into a brand. Even the evil god tribe members had to admit that at this moment, Chunzong was incomparable. Even the evil god tribe members could not help but feel a sense of jealousy. Yuan Chongshan stared, his eyes wide open as if he was a dog. The evil prison was broken just like that. And Chunzong looked like a god of swords. That kind of feeling was indescribable. Slash! As the third word rang out, the sword light shot down like a waterfall, slashing towards Yuan Chongshan. The evil prison outside of Yuan Chongshan's body was also shattered in an instant, allowing Yuan Chongshan to break free. At this moment, Yuan Chongshan's emotions were complicated, incomparably complicated. Originally, he wanted to rely on his own strength to solve the problem here. Firstly, he wanted to strengthen the prestige of the Purple Extreme Hall, and secondly, he wanted to suppress Chunzong and the Will Heavenly Palace. Who would have thought that in the end, he would be defeated by the evil god temple and trapped by the evil prison? If there were no other variables, then once the power of his defensive artifact was exhausted, what awaited him would either be death or some other fate. In short, it would be a very bad situation. Now, there was a change, but it was the change that Yuan Chongshan could not accept. Chunzong. The change came from Chunzong, the person that he regarded as his opponent, the person that he wanted to suppress. Chunzong's emotions were not as complicated as Yuan Chongshan's. In fact, he did not even think about it that much. Under the sword world, Chunzong felt like he was in control of everything, dominating everything. In this sword world, I am the master, controlling life and death. The sword world's great power was displayed. Tens of thousands of sword lights were completely controlled by Chunzong. It seemed similar to the sword domain that he used in the past, but there was a difference in essence. The sword lights in the sword world were like divine swords. The power of each sword light was terrifying to the extreme and indestructible. Even if it was destroyed, it could be condensed again without any loss. According to the description of the sword world, different people who cultivated the sword world were not necessarily the same. This was a very adaptable inheritance. It would show different powers depending on the person. Chunzong did not know what the sword world of the Middle Era's strongest sword master, Mingyu Jingfeng, looked like because he had never seen it before. And now, it belonged to Chunzong's sword world. The sword chi was endless, and the sword lights were vast, but this was only the initial power. Slash! The moment the fourth word was spoken, the sword lights scattered like a school of fish in the deep sea, and like a torrential rain, they shot out and covered the entire cave. Nearly 1,000 evil god tribe warriors were suppressed by the extremely terrifying power of the sword world, unable to move. Facing the sword light, they had no ability to dodge or resist at all. Killed. In just one exchange, all of them were killed. Even their souls could not escape. Their souls were scattered, and they died. And the human race's geniuses were still alive. The sword lights floated up, aiming and locking onto the human race's geniuses who had betrayed the human race and submitted to the evil god tribe. Traitors should be killed. This was the iron law of the void. Everyone had to abide by it. No matter what reason one had for betraying the human race or for betraying the human race's interests, it was useless. Betrayal was betrayal. Betrayal was betrayal. It was the same for 1,000 or 10,000 reasons. Stop! Stop! You can't kill me. Patriarch Tian Hong panicked. He no longer looked calm. I didn't really submit. I'm a fake. Fake submission. This is a strategy. The expressions of the traitors changed drastically. They hurriedly shouted and tried to defend themselves. That's right. I pretended to submit. This is a strategy. It can divide and destroy the evil god tribe from the inside. They spoke as if they were speaking the truth. However, Chunzong could naturally distinguish between truth and falsehood. Hence, Chunzong did not listen to their explanations. It was just unimportant words. Kill. The sword light descended, directly killing the traitors. You actually dare to kill me. Damn thing. These people cursed. However, in the end, they still could not escape the situation of death. In the end, only the human race's geniuses who had not submitted or been possessed remained in the cave abode. As for the humans who submitted or were possessed, they all died. On the evil god tribe's side, only the evil god crown prince and the evil god high priest remained. These two were extremely strong and had extraordinary means. Shenzong could not kill them directly. The sword world was indeed very strong. However, it was not limitless. The strength of the sword world was closely related to Shenzong's strength. The stronger Shenzong was, the stronger the sword world would be. Many sword lights locked onto the evil god crown prince and the evil god high priest, not daring to act rashly. Fear. At this moment, Shenzong gave the evil god crown prince and the evil god high priest an extremely fearful feeling. Senior sister, you guys go first. Shenzong hovered in the air. Under the sword light, many prisons were broken, and the human geniuses inside were able to escape. All right. Yu Wuxiao looked deeply at Shenzong and gritted her teeth. Although the seal in her body had been broken and her strength was rapidly recovering, it was useless even if she had fully recovered. The evil god crown prince and the evil god high priest were obviously not people she and the others could fight against. As the saying went, many people make great strength. Many ants can bite an elephant to death. However, this did not exist here. The strong were the strong, and the weak were the weak. No matter how many weak people there were, even the strong could not get close to them. When the strong attacked, the weak would be slaughtered. Hence, if they stayed, not only would they not be able to help Shenzong, but they would also become a burden. Although they were very unwilling, they could only leave. The evil god crown prince and the evil god high priest could only watch as the human geniuses who had been captured by them left. They were very angry, but they could not stop them. Chapter 23:57. With a heart full of unwillingness, Yuan Chongshan also left the cave abode. He had already proven that he was no match for the evil god's majesty. Even if he stayed, he would still be no match for the evil god's majesty. Before long, only Shenzong, the evil god's majesty, the evil god's majesty, and the evil god's high priest were left in the huge dwelling. There was also a pile of human and evil god corpses strewn across the ground. Next, it's your turn. Shenzong smiled and looked down from above. His attitude infuriated the evil god's majesty. He directly transformed into the evil god's majesty and revealed his true form. Although he was very wary of the sword light in the surroundings, it didn't mean that he couldn't resist it. The humans had all left, and he didn't care. It wasn't that he couldn't forcefully stop them, but that there was no need. Only by defeating the human could he truly control everything. By then, no matter where the humans fled, they wouldn't be able to escape. I have to admit that I misjudged you. Although the evil god's majesty revealed his true form, he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he smiled strangely. With your talent, it's a pity for you to stay in the human race. You should join our sacred race. Now, the entire Tianhong world has been covered by our sacred race's evil wheel reincarnation formation. Once the formation is activated, it will absorb the essence, vitality, and soul of all living beings in the Tianhong world. Think about it. There are so many living beings in the Tianhong world. How shocking would it be if all their essence, vitality, and soul were gathered together? The evil god's majesty raised his hands as if he was speaking passionately. So what? Shenzong smiled faintly, his tone cold. Don't you understand? The evil god's majesty immediately laughed out loud. His laughter grew louder and louder until it became a maniacal laugh. Such a tremendous amount of essence, vitality, and soul is so powerful. That energy will be used to open the tunnel between the saints' world and this place, allowing the sacred race's army to truly descend. Furthermore, that power is so vast. Even if it's used to open the channel, it won't be completely exhausted. there will still be a portion left. If it's absorbed, it will greatly increase one's potential and reach an even higher level. If you are willing to become a member of the saints, I can guarantee that you will also be able to enjoy the baptism of essence, energy, and divine. With your talent, once you are baptized, you will rise to the next level. Think about it. With your current talent, if you were to rise to the next level, just how amazing would you be? It had to be said that although the evil God's Highness words were simple, they were very tempting. How shocking would it be if one's aptitude was raised to another level? It was simply unprecedented. If it was someone who pursued power wholeheartedly, they might have been tempted. But Chunzong was different. Chunzong pursued cultivation and power, but he had his own principles. His will was tenacious, his mind was strong, and he was unshakable. You all deserve to die even more, Chunzong said as he pointed his fingers like a sword, controlling thousands of sword lights to strike down. Chop! Kill! Every sword light contained Chunzong's power, the limit of his power. In other words, the power of every sword light could reach the level of an 11-star or even a peak 11-star. Hundreds and thousands of sword lights were equivalent to hundreds and thousands of peak 11-star combatants. How terrifying was that? Moreover, it was even more terrifying than hundreds and thousands of peak 11-star combatants because the sword lights were smaller and more integrated. Moreover, there was no need to worry about one's life. There was no need to defend or dodge, only attack. The sword lights shot out and locked onto the evil God's Highness and the evil God's High Priest. The two of them attacked together. Their combat strength was as high as the 12-star level, and they were not weak among the 12-star level. The gap between a peak 11-star combatant and a 12-star combatant was obvious. Even if 10 peak 11-star combatants worked together, they would not be a match for a 12-star combatant. However, there were hundreds and thousands of sword lights here, which was equivalent to hundreds and thousands of peak 11-star combatants. If 10 were not enough, then 20. If 20 were not enough, then 30. Otherwise, there would be 100 or even a few hundred. Wave after wave of attacks. Shatter. The sword lights were brutally shattered by the evil God's Highness, but shattering did not mean that they had disappeared. Almost in an instant, the shattered sword lights condensed again without any loss. If Chunzong's sword chi had been shattered before he had cultivated the sword world, he would have been able to condense it again, but he would have had to expend even more power. However, that was not the case in the sword world. The sword lights would shatter and condense again like a cycle. It was like a rock. Even if it was shattered and turned into rubble, it could still be put together again. There would be no increase or decrease in power, so there would be no additional consumption. Constant. It was a kind of constant. The sword lights shot out like waves, one after another, madly attacking. Every sword light possessed the combat strength of a peak 11-star combatant. Even if a 12-star combatant had astonishing combat strength and could withstand it, they would only be able to withstand 1, 2, or 3 waves. There would be a time when they would be defeated. Chunzong's figure floated in the air, motionless. He only used his sword fingers to control the thousands of sword lights. He was multitasking, attacking the evil God's Highness and the evil God's High Priest. Without using the power of the demon heart, he was able to fight 2 12-star experts by himself just by relying on his extreme battle prowess. This was the unfathomable power of the sword world. Within the sword world, everything was under Chunzong's perception and control. Not even the slightest change could escape. Countless amounts of information continuously surged out like a torrent, surging endlessly in Chunzong's mind. Chunzong, on the other hand, had to grasp all the information in an instant and deal with it clearly. Otherwise, it would only drag him down and cause his mind to become rigid. It was unknown whether he could survive, let alone fight. In other words, in order to cultivate the sword world, other than the 2 prerequisites, there were actually other hidden conditions that had to be met. For example, one needed to have a sufficiently powerful mind in mind. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand or even deal with the torrent of information. Chunzong's eyes flickered with light. It was the light of wisdom, the light of control. His long hair fluttered. Every single strand of hair was filled with light, like the radiance on the edge of a sword. His sword robe was piercingly cold, as if it was surrounded by sword wind. Around him, strands of sword light hovered in the air. They were like the most loyal guards, protecting Chun Zong firmly. Anyone who wanted to attack Chun Zong would have to break through these strands of sword light first. Aggrieved, the evil god's highness and the evil god's high priest felt extremely aggrieved. They were clearly more powerful than the strands of sword light, but they could not do anything about them. Even if they shattered the sword light, the strands of sword light would condense again in a short amount of time. Their power would not be reduced at all. They were like people who could not be killed no matter what. They were extremely difficult to deal with, but they were not weak, and there were many of them. His head hurt, it hurt like hell. Whether it was the evil god's highness or the evil god's high priest, they used all their strength, but they were still unable to get close to Chun Zong. Although they were very clear that Chun Zong was the culprit who controlled these strands of sword light, and only by killing Chun Zong could they stop the current situation. They were unable to get close. Instead, under wave after wave of sword light, they were constantly retreating. Moreover, each wave of sword light was simply impossible to dodge. They could only deal with it. The entire cave was enveloped by the other party's mysterious power. The sword light was tyrannical, fast, sharp, and agile. It could pierce and slash. It was as if there were many peerless swordsmen brandishing their swords. Its power was even more terrifying. Fortunately, what these sword lights displayed were only basic sword techniques and not some powerful magical sword technique. Otherwise, it would be even more shocking. When the sword light struck down, a flash of lightning passed through the shattered sword light like a flash of lightning. In an instant, it pierced through the air, causing a little bit of blood to splatter into the sky. The evil god's highness was injured. The moment he was injured, the evil god's highness was startled at first. Then, as if he had gone crazy, he became even more violent. In an instant, his power seemed to have increased by several times. Any sword light that approached him was shattered. However, it was just a futile struggle. After several waves of sword light attacks, the evil god's highness was injured again. Similarly, the evil god's high priest was also injured. He had no choice but to activate the snake staff and transform it into a huge poisonous snake to firmly protect himself. Under the sword light, the poisonous snake was also constantly attacked. Sword wounds appeared all over its body. However, compared to the huge body of the giant snake, these sword wounds were nothing. Therefore, the evil god's high priest was safe and sound. However, he was very clear that if this continued, the giant snake would also be killed. At that time, it would turn back into the snake staff. It would take a while for it to be activated again. If he lost the protection of the snake staff, he would not be able to block those fierce sword lights. Change. The roles seemed to have changed. Previously, it was Chun Zong and Yuan Chongshan who were trapped. Now it had changed. This feeling was not good for the evil god's high priest. In fact, this was the first time he had experienced it. What kind of status did he have? How could he be in such a situation? Now, he really experienced it. More and more sword wounds appeared in the giant snake's body. Many sword lights would slash at the same sword wound, causing the sword wound to expand and deepen. On the other side, the evil god's highness was suffering more and more injuries. He was dripping with blood and looked a little battered and exhausted. Even though this was the headquarters of the evil god tribe and was beneficial to the evil god tribe, in such a situation, he still exhausted a lot of energy. His recovery speed could not keep up. If this continued, he would be killed. At the thought of this, the evil god's highness's expression changed drastically. Die. That was a very distant word to a sacred race highness with such status and strength. However, it was so close now. High priest, how long are you going to wait? The evil god's highness finally could not help but roar. Since that is the case, I will let you see my true means. The evil god's high priest seemed to have finally made up his mind. As his voice fell, his eyes immediately emitted a shocking light. It was like an evil fire was burning. As the evil god's high priest roared, the evil fire rapidly spread. In the blink of an eye, it burned every part of his body. Burn! Chapter 2358. Would the Cthulhu High Priest commit suicide? No. This was just the process of him using his last resort. Chunzong did not stop. The sword light continued to break through the air, and his attack became stronger. What was the Cthulhu High Priest's last resort? Chunzong did not know, but it would be better if he did not let the other party use it. Kill. The Cthulhu Highness had to die. The Cthulhu High Priest had to die too. The giant snake was instantly cut in half, and dozens of sword lights shot down from all directions, directly towards the Cthulhu High Priest's burning body. The scorching evil fire was endless, and the dozens of sword lights hit and pierced through. As the sword lights killed, the Cthulhu High Priest's body also instantly collapsed, shattered, and turned into ashes. Chunzong frowned slightly, and did not have the feeling of killing the Cthulhu High Priest. In that instant, when the Cthulhu High Priest's body was shattered, a stream of light shot out, breaking through the obstruction of the sword lights, and directly flew towards the Cthulhu King's statue not far away, and disappeared into it. Too fast, extremely fast. Even in the sword world, Chunzong could sense it, but he could not stop it. The world was full of mysteries, and nothing was absolute. On the other side, the Cthulhu Highness was bitterly holding on. His energy was depleted faster and faster, and the injuries on his body were increasing, and he was in a critical situation. Rumble. As the Cthulhu High Priest's soul rushed into the Cthulhu King's statue, the Cthulhu King's statue's eyes glowed with a red light, flashing nonstop like a bloody sun. An extremely evil and tyrannical power also exploded, like a destructive storm, sweeping, surging, toppling mountains, and overturning seas. In the sword world, Chunzong's senses were even clearer, and he could acutely feel that the sword world was shaking, like the sea under a violent storm, surging endlessly. This terrifying and powerful aura gave Chunzong a very strong pressure, more than 10 times stronger than before. The red light was like flowing water, quickly spreading out from the Cthulhu King statue's eyes, and in just a short breath, it had spread to every part of its body. It moved. The 100-meter-tall Cthulhu King statue, as if it was given life and vitality, came to life. The entire cave was shaking, as if it was about to collapse. The extremely evil red eyes also looked towards Chunzong, the huge eyes, reflecting Chunzong's figure, who was surrounded by hundreds of sword lights, like a god of the sword. Your death has arrived. It was as if there were two voices overlapping each other, and coming from the mouth coming out of the Cthulhu King statue's mouth. One was sharp, one, and fused to become a voice, roaring in all directions and shaking the world. One of the voices belonged to the Cthulhu High Priest, while the other belonged to the Cthulhu King statue. As for why, Chunzong did not know, nor did he have time to think about it. Boom! Accompanied by the Cthulhu King's angry roar, one of his arms was raised and opened wide. A huge palm suddenly swung out. A whirlwind roaring swept out under this palm, destroying everything in its path. The entire cave was shaking. Countless sword lights were shaking. Chunzong felt suffocated. The power of that slap was simply too tyrannical. In this world, the power would not exceed the origin underworld level, but the power of that slap had completely reached the very high level of the origin underworld level, or even the extreme level. Even if the power was limited to the origin underworld level, the Cthulhu King statue was 100 meters tall, and it was made of shocking materials. Just its size alone was an advantage, and it was crushing. To put it simply, if two people, one was a meter tall and weighed 100 pounds, the other was 2 meters tall and weighed 200 pounds. Even if their arm strength was the same, the height and weight would form a suppression. With that slap, Chunzong felt the sword around him fluctuating, as if they could not bear the weight. Chunzong suddenly understood that this attack was difficult to block. Since that was the case, Chunzong would not forcibly block it. The cave was very wide, and there was enough space for him to move and jump. With a thought, Chunzong's body immediately flew away, his speed faster than the Cthulhu King statue's slap. With a boom, the slap did not hit Chunzong as expected. The power that exploded in an instant directly bombarded the cave wall, creating a huge palm print that was full of cracks. The earth shook and the mountains shook as rocks rustled and fell. The Cthulhu King statue's body was huge, but its speed was not slow. Its other hand suddenly reached out, its 5 fingers tightly clasped, directly grabbing towards Chunzong's body. Not only was it very fast, but it also seemed to be calculated, making it difficult for Chunzong to dodge. The huge body, extremely strong power, shocking speed, and profound skills created the Cthulhu King statue's strength, and it was very difficult to deal with. Chunzong's eyes suddenly flashed, and the swords were immediately mobilized. In an instant, there were hundreds of swords that directly bombarded the Cthulhu King statue's claw. Like a death soldier, the swords carried an extremely terrifying power and instantly attacked, as if they could destroy everything, and all of them bombarded the Cthulhu King statue's palm, shattering one after another. Although the strong power did not shatter the Cthulhu King statue's claw, it was able to resist and block some of it. His body flashed, and Chunzong dodged again. This time, Chunzong directly appeared behind the Cthulhu King, and the swords pierced through the air. The Cthulhu King did not expect that Chunzong would dare to attack him when he was being chased by the Cthulhu King statue. The speed of the swords was also extremely fast. Caught off guard, the Cthulhu King barely dodged but was still hit by the swords and was injured again. The Cthulhu King statue raised its leg and suddenly stomped down. The strong pressure was extremely violent, causing Chunzong's expression to change, and he quickly dodged. The swords also attacked from the other side and directly hit the Cthulhu King statue's body, but they all shattered. The Cthulhu King statue's body was covered in a layer of red light, and when the swords were blocked, it was not damaged at all. This scene caused Chunzong to frown deeply. If he could not break through the opponent's defense, how could he kill it? The originally reversed situation seemed to have been reversed by the Cthulhu tribe. The Cthulhu King also took the opportunity and appeared on the Cthulhu King statue's shoulder. Here, he could get the best protection. Human, I will give you one last chance to surrender. The Cthulhu King stared coldly at Chunzong. Chunzong's talent was really shocking, and even the Cthulhu King admitted that he was not as good as him. Therefore, he really wanted to recruit him for his own use. Another point was, as long as he could recruit this person with this person's talent, status, and so on, he could become a big chess piece of the sacred tribe and hide among the humans, secretly plotting for the sacred tribe and make the sacred tribe's movements more convenient. One had to admit that the Cthulhu King's idea was very wonderful. Unfortunately, it was just a daydream. Chunzong did not respond, or rather, Chunzong's response was the swords and instantly attacked. Even if the Cthulhu God's Highness was standing on the Cthulhu King statue's shoulder and received better protection, Chunzong still wanted to kill him. The aura surged wildly and shook heavily like a tsunami. The Cthulhu King statue's right arm swelled in an instant, and muscles and veins protruded directly, like the muscles of a devil. It was abnormally terrifying. That was in Cthulhu arm, the most terrifying Cthulhu arm that Chunzong had ever seen. At the same time, the Cthulhu King statue's left arm also changed in an instant. Its thickness did not change, but it seemed to have become slimmer because the muscles seemed to have solidified into large veins and were filled with terrifying elasticity. Its 5 fingers rapidly stretched, and the joints protruded, and the ends became sharper, like a ghost's claw. Cthulhu Claw. Immediately, the third eye in between the Cthulhu King's brows opened, and a blood-red eyeball bounced like a jumping pearl, and then it stared at Chunzong, its gaze strange and extremely cold. The Cthulhu King statue's battle power was fully unleashed. Chunzong's expression was extremely serious. He thought that once he mastered the sword world, he would be able to solve the current crisis and even complete the mission. Now, it seemed like he was dreaming. He did solve the current crisis and let the others escape, but the opponent used a mysterious method to activate the Cthulhu King statue, and his battle power was too strong and difficult to fight against. Kill him. The Cthulhu King finally made his decision. Since he could not recruit him, then he could only eliminate him, or else, once this prodigy grew up, he would definitely bring a lot of trouble to the Holy Clan. A red light instantly pierced through the air and shot out from the Cthulhu King statue's third eye. Its power was shocking and made Chunzong's hair stand on end. Once this red light was hit, it would directly blast into the spirit's sea, directly attacking the primordial spirit and even injuring the primordial spirit. Layers of sword light appeared in front of Chunzong, blocking the red light for a moment and buying time for Chunzong to dodge. Unfortunately, after using the sword world, it was difficult for him to use the divine technique, let alone the divine martial technique. It was not that there was a conflict, but because to use the sword world, Chunzong had to activate the 10 intents of one to control it, and his body had reached its limit, almost overburdened. If he used the divine technique, the sword world would collapse. This was something that could not be helped. The sword world was indeed very strong, but it was the work of the ultimate sword master of the Middle Ages, and it was the pinnacle of his swordsmanship in the later stages. Chunzong, on the other hand, started cultivating at the Yuan underworld realm, and even Darkmoon's startled wind could not imagine it. Cultivating and using the sword world at the Yuan underworld realm was a bit like a child wielding a broadsword. It was already very good to be able to control it, so there was no need to talk about anything else. Rays of red light continuously shot out from the Cthulhu King statue's third eye, and every ray shot towards Chunzong, but every ray was blocked by a wave of sword light. These sword lights were condensed within the sword world, and they were condensed from Chunzong's power, essence, spirit, and even mind power. They could defend against chi refinement, body refinement, and spirit attacks. The sword lights were shattered, but they reformed in a short time. The Cthulhu arm and Cthulhu claw attacked one after another, and their power became more and more terrifying, causing the entire cave to shake endlessly. "Senior, can you delay it for a while?" Chunzong asked Demon Heart. "Okay." Demon Heart agreed after pondering for a while. Chapter 23:59. Who are you? The evil god's royal highness stared at the figure that suddenly appeared. He was startled and asked sternly. That was the demon heart that had appeared in Chunzong's heart palace. He didn't reply to the evil divinity highness. He stretched out his right hand and took out a pitch-black saber. It was a demon saber, with a demon blade in hand. The demon heart's aura reached the peak of the Yuan underworld realm. Slash! The black blade light split the sky and went straight for the evil god's royal highness who was on the shoulder of the Cthulhu King statue. The demon heart's goal was to delay the Cthulhu King statue for a while and buy time for Chunzong. However, the Cthulhu King statue was very powerful. The demon heart was confident that even at the Yuan underworld realm, he could not defeat it with his own strength. Therefore, he targeted the evil god's royal highness. This way, the Cthulhu King statue must protect the evil god's royal highness and achieve the goal of buying time. The power of the blade was so terrifying that the evil god's royal highness expression changed drastically. He had been suppressed by Chunzong before, but now a strange person had suddenly appeared and could suppress him. The evil god's royal highness felt as if his heart was being trampled by tens of thousands of mammoths. His expression was very ugly. As the demon heart attacked, Chunzong quickly retreated to the edge of the cave, away from the Cthulhu King statue and accumulating power. Every single one of the 10,000 sword lights carried an extremely terrifying power. When unleashed, it was comparable to a peak 11-star battle prowess. That was because Chunzong had used the sword world and used the limit of his strength. The sword light was as strong as his maximum strength. This was the terrifying part of the sword world. Chunzong began to condense the sword light. This needed time and could not be disturbed. Therefore, he needed the demon heart's help to delay the Cthulhu King statue for a while. The two sword lights quickly merged under his control and quickly condensed into one. The power contained in it suddenly increased. Immediately, Chunzong controlled the third sword light and quickly merged it. One after another, when the 10th sword light merged, not only did it double in size, but also became more condensed and the sword light became more dazzling. The 10 sword lights merged into one, and its power was far stronger than before. It had reached 12-star battle power level. However, it was still not enough. Although the power of the 10 sword lights had reached the 12-star level, it was barely there. It was enough in terms of quantity, but did not trigger a qualitative change. Such power was not enough to cause any damage to the Cthulhu King statue. He continued to condense and condense even more sword lights, giving them even more power. 11, 12, 13. Streaks of sword light were being refined. As more and more sword light condensed, the sword light became even more resplendent and dazzling. The power it contained also became even more shocking and terrifying. However, the more he condensed, the more difficult it would be. 20 streaks, 30 streaks. Not enough. Although the power had increased by quite a bit, it was still not enough. He still needed to integrate more. What Chunzong wanted was not a power that could resist the Cthulhu King statue, but a power that could destroy the Cthulhu King statue in one fell swoop. Otherwise, if the Cthulhu Palace became anxious and forcefully activated the evil wheel reincarnation formation at all costs, it would be a great disaster for the Tianhong world. If he did, he would definitely destroy the Cthulhu King's statue. Chunzong instinctively felt that there was a connection between the Cthulhu King's statue and the evil wheel reincarnation formation. 50 streaks. 50 streaks of sword light condensed into one. That sword light was 3 meters long, as wide as a palm, and as thick as 2 fingers. The sword light was extremely resplendent and dazzling. An extremely powerful aura spread out continuously, filling all directions, causing one's heart to tremble. The Cthulhu Palace also felt it, and his expression became extremely unpleasant. "Kill him," the Cthulhu Palace roared. He had a bad feeling that he could not let the opponent complete such an action. It would definitely bring about a great deal of trouble. However, with Demon Heart's blade in his hand, he unleashed an extremely shocking power, directly blocking the Cthulhu King's statue, preventing it from attacking Chunzong. If it was not for the fact that he could not be outside for a long time and would be corroded, Demon Heart might be able to kill the Cthulhu King's statue with his own power. 60 streaks of sword light condensed into one. 70, 80, 90. At this point, Chunzong felt that he was nearing his limit. However, he had not reached his true limit yet and could still continue to condense and compress. 91, 92, 93. Every time he fused one more, it felt like a challenge to his limit, and the difficulty kept increasing. On Chunzong's forehead, green veins popped out, and his sword fingers were trembling. 94, 95. Gradually, the number of sword light condensed neared 100. 99, the 100th. When the 100th sword light was condensed, Chunzong knew that he had reached his limit. He had reached his limit now, and could not fuse one more. If he tried to force it, it would result in failure. Once he failed, he would lose control, and the result would be an explosion. Even he could not withstand it, and would be injured at best, or even killed at worst. 100 streaks of sword light fused into one, as if it had been tempered thousands of times, and turned into a 3-meter-long divine sword. When the sword light reached its limit, it converged, as if it had returned to its original state, and turned into a 3-meter-long dark silver sword blade. "Senior Dodge," Chunzong shouted in a low voice, and wholeheartedly controlled this 3-meter-long dark silver sword blade that was condensed from 100 streaks of sword light. 100 swords. The moment Qinzong's sharp voice rang out, the demon heart also slashed out with all his strength. A 10-meter-long dark sword light pierced through the air and went straight for the Cthulhu Palace, forcing the Cthulhu King's statue to defend against it. As Qinzong's voice rang out, his sword fingers sliced through the air. In an instant, the 3-meter-long dark silver sword blade was pulled and flew into the air, flying to the highest point of the cave. Evil Slayer. The last two words left his mouth, and it was like a thunderbolt that shocked the world. Its momentum was vast, its power was biting cold, and its divine power was unparalleled. Strike down. That 3-meter-long dark silver sword blade, as Qinzong sliced through the air with his sword fingers, directly flew towards the Cthulhu King's statue. 3 meters long compared to the Cthulhu King's statue, which was 100 meters long, was a huge difference. However, the power contained within could not be ignored. This was the condensation of 100 streaks of sword light, and each streak of sword light had the combat power of a peak 11-star level. In other words, the power of this streak of sword light, if not 100 times the combat power of a peak 11-star level, was at least a few dozen times. Among the 12-star level, it was an extremely powerful existence. It was even more powerful than the full-powered slash from the demon heart. The Cthulhu claw blocked the demon heart's full-powered slash, and the Cthulhu arm gathered all its power. As the red light surged, it covered the extremely thick arm, and with a violent destructive power, it punched towards the streak of sword light. 100 swords. Evil Slayer. This was Qinzong's full-powered attack, and it was even more powerful than the sword domain's fatal slash, and even more powerful than the divine might of the gods. Full power. The power of his mind was like a flood that had broken through a dam, pouring out in torrents. Light bloomed in an instant, and the 3-meter-long sword blade seemed to have turned into 10 meters, and then dozens of meters. Boom! The moment the sword light and the Cthulhu arm collided, the layers of sword light were shattered, but the red light on the Cthulhu arm was also torn apart. When two enemies meet on a narrow path, the stronger one wins. The red light was torn apart, and so was the sword light. However, the 3-meter-long dark silver sword blade was not damaged at all. It pierced through the sword light, tore through the red light, and broke through the shockingly tough skin of the Cthulhu arm, and pierced into the extremely strong muscles and bones. Although it was a statue, it was as if it was made of flesh and blood. It broke through inch by inch, and pushed forward layer by layer. In an instant, the 3-meter-long dark silver sword blade pierced through the Cthulhu King's Cthulhu arm, through his shoulder, and into his body, destroying it wantonly. Explode! Qinzong yelled again, and his sword fingers trembled, as if they were about to break. The sword chi floating around also surged. The sword light that was wreaking havoc in the Cthulhu King's body suddenly exploded and turned into 100 smaller streaks of sword light. Although their power was weakened, they were still at the peak 11-star level. It was as if 100 peak 11-star level fighters were wreaking havoc in the Cthulhu King's body, destroying it crazily. His limbs, bones, and even his head were all covered, destroyed. The entire Cthulhu King's statue shook violently, and the red light on its body flickered, dimming and disappearing, allowing the 100 streaks of sword light to wreak havoc. Qinzong did not care anymore, and used the last of his strength to control the 10 streaks of sword light, and instantly merged them into one, and directly attacked the Cthulhu King. At the same time, Demon Heart slashed again, and after the last slash, it turned into a stream of light and entered Qinzong's body. Demon Heart slashed, and the 10 swords merged into one. The Cthulhu King could not dodge, and was hit directly. His body was instantly pierced and torn apart. With a boom, the Cthulhu King's body exploded, but a streak of light shot out at a shocking speed. At the same time, the Cthulhu King's statue also broke into pieces, and the red light shot into the sky and fell into the altar. It shone with the surrounding red light, and the Cthulhu King's soul directly rushed into the shining red light. I will take revenge for this in the future. As the Cthulhu King's last words fell, he escaped into the shining red light. The red light turned into a whirlpool and quickly shrank until it finally condensed into a point and disappeared. Rumble. The entire cave seemed to have lost its support and started to shake violently. Cracks quickly spread on the cave walls, and rubble rustled and fell. Chunzong's expression changed slightly. The cave was about to collapse, and this place was thousands of meters deep underground. Once it collapsed, they would be buried, and it would be difficult to get out. Go! Forcefully activating what little strength he had left, and using the instant space sword teleportation, Chunzong turned into a streak of sword light and burst out with his fastest speed, directly rushing out of the cave and quickly rushed to the surface along the tunnel. The cave began to collapse. A shocking rumbling sound accompanied by an extremely wild and violent energy continuously charged over. As it shook wildly, it swept up layer after layer of dust waves that continuously chased after Lin Dong from behind in an unstoppable manner. It was as if there were countless evil beasts chasing after him, trying to devour him. Chapter 2360. Outside the Tianhong world, a blood-red light shrouded the entire Tianhong world. From afar, it looked like an egg soaked in blood. This was an array formation, a huge array formation of the evil god tribe. It enveloped the entire Tianhong world and sealed it off. This array formation prevented the people of the Tianhong world from leaving. It also made it difficult for people outside the Tianhong world to enter. One had to be at least at the Yuan underworld stage to enter. A group of powerful cultivators from the various superpowers were waiting outside the blood-red array. No one knew how the geniuses of the various superpowers were faring after entering the Tianhong world. Were they still on the move? Or had they encountered difficulties? No one knew. Due to the existence of the array formation, all means of communication had been cut off. Information couldn't be sent out or sent in at all. After an unknown period of time, the scarlet red light suddenly trembled slightly. It was like a small stone had been thrown into a calm lake, and it caused layers of fine ripples to spread out. After that, the ripples gradually intensified, and they became waves that became more and more obvious. What's going on? Why is this happening? Could it be that something has happened? The expressions of the group of experts changed as they stared at the source of the sound. As the ripples became more and more intense, they turned into waves and started to weaken bit by bit. The power of the array formation is weakening. Could they have broken the array formation? The experts were all secretly excited. The blood-red light started to dim and gradually dissipate. In the end, it truly disappeared before the eyes of the elites. Let's go. The experts suppressed the excitement in their hearts and moved one after another. They transformed into streaks of flowing light and flew into the Tianhong world. Indeed, the array formation had really disappeared and wasn't hidden. They entered the Tianhong world without any obstruction. They didn't feel the slightest obstruction from the array formation. In other words, the crisis this time is mainly due to the efforts of the third Tao disciple of the Heavenly Will Palace, Chunzong. When the various factions found the elites of their respective sects and understood the situation in depth, they were all shocked. What they did not expect was that so many things and unforeseen events had occurred. In the beginning, it was difficult to find the headquarters of the evil god tribe. Later on, they found it. That was because the evil god tribe had purposely leaked the information through the old ancestor of the Heaven Goose sect. It was also because the patriarch of the Heavenly Goose sect had secretly betrayed the human race and sided with the evil god tribe, becoming their lackey. Revealing the location of the evil god tribe's main camp was an overt scheme. They purposely lured the human prodigies into the trap that had been set up long ago and then captured them alive. Even Yuanchong Mountain was defeated. If it weren't for Chunzong's super strong power, they wouldn't have been able to escape. As for what happened after that, they were not sure. They only knew that after they had escaped for a period of time, the cave started to collapse. Only Chunzong managed to come out alive. No one from the evil god tribe was seen. Of course, he had to ask Chunzong for the answer. Soon, Chunzong was summoned by a group of Dao sovereigns. There were Dao sovereigns from Heavenly Will Palace, the other 3 Holy Lands, and the other Dao sovereigns from powerful cosmic realm states. In total, more than 30 Dao masters appeared around Chunzong. Their gazes were fixed on Chunzong, but Chunzong was not afraid or nervous at all. Dao Master Chun, please tell us what happened after that. A Dao master from the Purple Extreme Hall of Yun was the first to speak, his voice buzzing. The other Dao masters also stared at Chunzong, waiting for Chunzong's answer. There was nothing to hide, so Chunzong told them everything. However, Chunzong did not go into detail about the sword world. He just said that it was a powerful secret technique that he had obtained by chance. As for the demon heart, divine spirit, Chunzong did not explain it too clearly. He just said that it was a protective force that the Heavenly Will Palace's experts left for him. Because most people did not know about the existence of the Heavenly Will Palace's divine spirit tomb, they naturally did not know about the existence of the divine spirit. As for the others, especially the evil god tribe, Chunzong spoke in great detail. However, he did not include any of his own conjectures, as there was no need for that. After listening to Chunzong's description, the Dao masters muttered to themselves and glanced at Chunzong from time to time. This was especially true for the Dao masters from the Purple Extreme Hall of Jiyuan and the Innumerable Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain. Unfortunately, the Dao masters from the Heavenly Will Palace were there. Otherwise, they could have used some means to make Chunzong reveal more. For example, Chunzong had only briefly mentioned the so-called powerful secret technique that he had obtained by chance. That had to be a very amazing secret technique. This thought flashed through their minds, but they did not think too much about it. After all, they could not obtain it. Furthermore, there were many inheritances in the sacred land. It would be good to have one more, but there would not be any losses if they did not have one more. After Chunzong explained the situation, what happened next had nothing to do with him. Or rather, it was not something that he could interfere with. After all, a Yuan underworld cultivator could not take charge of anything. He could only play a role in certain situations. Although the crisis this time had been resolved, it did not mean that the evil god tribe would not invade again. Perhaps there were still evil god tribe members lurking in other parts of the void, moving in secret and nibbling away at the void that belonged to the human race. No one knew when they would erupt. Furthermore, although the ground had collapsed and the cave abode had been submerged, powerhouses still had means to enter, search for clues, analyze the mysteries, and so on. They might even be able to obtain other benefits. In short, these were still too high-end for Chunzong. It was not something that he could touch on now. Since the crisis here had been resolved, Chunzong wanted to leave. Although he did not obtain any substantial rewards, it did not matter. Because of this crisis, Chunzong had also successfully cultivated the sword world and knew how powerful it was. It could be said that when the sword world was displayed, the same level of combat power would be like an ant to him. For example, his current maximum combat power was at the peak of the 11-star level. Once he displayed the sword world, he would be able to condense 1,000 sword lights. Each sword light had the combat power of a peak 11-star level. This meant that he had control over 1,000 peak 11-star level combat powers. In addition, the sword world itself had a shocking suppressive power. It was equivalent to combining the suppressive power of the heart sword domain and the world domain. It was even more shocking. Those whose battle prowess was not at the peak of the 11-star level would be suppressed directly. Even the peak of the 11-star level would be affected. Even a peak 11-star level combat power would most likely be suppressed by Chunzong if they fell into Chunzong's sword world, let alone a peak 11-star level combat power, such as the Evil God Temple and the Evil God High Priest. Unless it was a very powerful 12-star level combat powerhouse, such as the Evil God King statue. However, if Chunzong was given some time to display the 100 swords as one, he would still be able to kill such a level. If he displayed the 1,000 swords as one, he would be able to destroy it instantly. Chunzong did not dare to imagine the power of 1,000 swords as one. However, he could not control it now. It was too difficult. The 100 swords as one was his limit. He kept thinking as he followed the third senior sister and the others to the Heavenly Will Palace. The power of the sword world was indeed astonishing. Unfortunately, the consumption was too great. It could not be maintained for too long. This consumption was not only the consumption of essence, chi, and spirit, but also the consumption of mind power. It was the consumption of all one's strength. This meant that the sword world could not be used as a regular method of battle, and the strongest method was the 100 swords returned to one. However, it took too long, and he did not always have the time to fuse and condense the sword light to unleash the 100 swords returned to one. This must be improved. The 100 swords as one is my strongest attack now. The sword world is the second, and the sword domain killing style is the third. Chunzong thought to himself. As for the divine power borrowing and divine martial, they were not powers that truly belonged to him. They were powers that were borrowed from the divine spirit's demon heart. Of course, it was also a trump card. Unknowingly, he had even more trump cards. In the void flyboat, Chunzong's mind was spinning. He was thinking of more possibilities and applications for the sword world. To put it simply, his sword world was only at the initial stage. There was still a lot of potential to be unearthed. For example, there were 1,000 sword lights now. Could he condense more sword lights? For example, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, or even 10,000 sword lights. Every additional ray of sword light was equivalent to an additional powerful combat strength. When Chunzong returned to the Heavenly Will Palace with the true disciples, the news spread like a storm. Especially those from the Star Domain level forces. They all knew that the crisis of the Tianhong world had been resolved. And the person who resolved it was the third Taoist of the Heavenly Will Palace, Chunzong, who was known as the unparalleled divine sword. At one point, Chunzong's name spread across the void. He was even more famous than when the third Taoist ceremony was held. After all, the Taoist ceremony was a ceremony. It was a form of recognition in name and identity. Resolving the crisis of the Tianhong world was a direct reflection of one's ability and strength. No matter how good one's words were, it was only temporary. If one did not have the ability, they would eventually be exposed and fade into the crowd. Only with true ability could one be truly recognized. This was the law, the iron law. To Chunzong, no matter how great his reputation was, it was not of much use. It could not be compared to the improvement of his cultivation base and the breakthrough of his realm. Therefore, Chunzong did not care. He focused on thinking, comprehending, and focusing on the sword world. Of course, he did not neglect his own cultivation. Cultivation base and the Great Path were the foundation. All other means were means to display the power of cultivation base and the power of the Great Path. No matter what, he could not neglect any of them. Finally, the flyboat entered the central void and entered the star domain where the Heavenly Will Palace was located. It then entered the black and white world of the original realm and quickly returned to the Heavenly Will Palace. I received the news. You've done well. In front of the Heavenly Will Palace, the Heavenly Will Master was waiting for Chunzong and the others to return. When he saw Chunzong, he smiled and was very satisfied. His name spread across the void. Chapter 2361. Chunzong hovered in the air above a huge arena in the Heavenly Palace. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and every strand of his hair was filled with a layer of divine light that was as sharp as a sword blade. His sword robe was cold and sharp like a sword wind. 1,000 sword lights floated around him, forming 10 layers of 100 sword lights that surrounded Chunzong as if they were protecting Chunzong. Opposite Chunzong was Wholehearted Tao Master. Wholehearted Tao Master was enduring the suppression of the sword world, carefully feeling it and nodding. Not bad. The Wholehearted Tao Venerate smiled. Although this suppressive force was nothing to him, Chunzong was only a Yuan underworld, while he was a Tao Venerate. Furthermore, he was a top-tier Tao Venerate. The gap between the two of them was indescribable. This kind of suppression force was very strong at the Yuan underworld stage. However, the suppression force was only a side effect and not the main ability. Come. Wholehearted Tao Master smiled at Chunzong. He was very interested after learning that Chunzong had mastered the sword world and wanted to experience it for himself. It was a very rare opportunity for a top-down master like his master to be his opponent, and he couldn't miss it. Under Chunzong's control, the 10 streaks of sword radiance instantly pierced through the air and pierced towards Exian Holy Man with lightning speed. Wholehearted Tao Master didn't dodge or resist. He just stood there and naturally exuded a layer of power that turned into a thin force field that covered the surroundings. The 10 sword lights bombarded the seemingly invisible force field, creating 10 ripples. Then, they collapsed and disintegrated, turning into countless fragments of light that sputtered away. Another 10 sword lights. 10 sword lights. 10 sword lights. 10 sword lights. Every 10 sword lights formed a wave that continuously attacked Wholehearted Tao Master. Every time the 10 sword lights bombarded him, they would shatter and turn into countless specks of light that sputtered away. Then, under the guidance of an invisible force, they would condense again and turn into sword lights in a short period of time. It was like the cycle of life and death. 10 waves. 100 waves. The sword light's attack was as shocking as a storm, but it couldn't do anything to eat Exian Tao Master. This was an absolute gap. Then, Single-Hearted Holy Man made his move. He waved his sleeves gently, and the 10 streaks of sword light that were shooting towards Su Emo trembled and shattered. This time, they were shattered and could not be reformed. Immediately, 10 new sword lights appeared. However, they were condensed from nothing, unlike the previous ones that were condensed after being smashed. The difference was that they consumed extra energy from Chunzong. Chunzong was very surprised. When he fought with the Cthulhu King statue before, the Cthulhu King statue did not have the ability to truly destroy the sword light. However, his master was a top-down master, so it was not surprising that he could do this. 10 swords is one. In an instant, the 10 streaks of sword radiance merged into one and shot through the air. Its power increased exponentially, surpassing the 11-star level and reaching the 12-star level. This made the Wholehearted Holy Man slightly stunned. He smiled, but he didn't dodge. Instead, he faced the even stronger sword radiance head-on to feel its power. The sword light shattered. Do you have any more powerful moves? The Wholehearted Holy Man didn't fight back. Instead, he asked. His purpose, other than to experience the sword world, was to give Chunzong some pointers. Speaking of which, since he took Chunzong as his disciple, he hadn't given him any proper pointers. This should be the first time. Thinking about it, he felt ashamed. After all, Chunzong was his 5th direct disciple. Up until now, almost all of his achievements were obtained by himself. It had nothing to do with him, his master. Thoughts flashed through his mind quickly. The Wholehearted Holy Man also felt a strong aura quickly condensing. A streak of sword light became brighter and brighter. 10 streaks. 20 streaks, 30 streaks. Compared to the first time he used it, the speed of fusion and condensation was much faster. Chunzong tried his best. His long hair and sword robe danced crazily. The veins on his forehead protruded. His eyes were wide open and blazing with divine light. 100 swords returned to 1. Extreme Break. All right, the so-called Vanquish Evil or Extreme Break was just added by Chunzong himself. It sounded more imposing, but at the moment, it didn't have any special effects. The dark silver, 3-meter-long sword blade followed Chunzong's sword finger and shot towards the Wholehearted Holy Man. The power it contained was extremely strong and terrifying. Even so, the Wholehearted Holy Man didn't dodge and allowed the attack to reach him. The sword hit, but the Wholehearted Holy Man pinched the tip of the sword. The strong power instantly dissipated, and he couldn't move at all. The wholehearted holy man's eyes flashed with divine light as he stared at the sword blade in his hand. In the next moment, cracks spread rapidly from the tip of the sword. In an instant, the cracks spread all over the sword blade like lightning. The sword blade shattered and turned into countless fragments of light. "Is this the strongest attack you have mastered?" The wholehearted holy man asked in return, but his tone was certain. This was because Chunzong wasn't in a good state. His face was pale, and he looked like he had used up too much energy. This attack was indeed his full strength. "Yes, master." Chunzong kept the sword world. Otherwise, even if he didn't fight, maintaining the sword world would consume his own energy. After using the 100 swords returned to 1, his energy was almost depleted and he was at the lowest level. "Very good." The wholehearted holy man nodded and gave Chunzong great affirmation. "The sword world is indeed very strong, but your sword world is still not enough. Please give me some pointers, master." Chunzong said seriously. Although Demon Heart had given Chunzong pointers before, the current Demon Heart couldn't be compared to the past. Not only had his combat power decreased, even his memories were not as good as before. However, the master was different. Even when Demon Heart Holy Man was at his peak, the wholehearted holy man dared to fight him head-on. Another point was that the difference in cultivation path would lead to different viewpoints and so on. Stones from other mountains could be used to attack Jade. Even Dominator rank experts didn't dare to say that they had everything under control. Sometimes some information that Dominator rank experts didn't know about were things that Dominator rank experts didn't know about. This wasn't surprising. The sword world is very strong, very strong. The wholehearted holy man said in a serious tone. Through Chunzong's display, he was able to deduce, however, your sword world is still too weak. It should be said that your sword world only has its form. Because the sword world was a supreme inheritance, Chunzong had obtained the inheritance. Before he cultivated it to the extreme, Chunzong couldn't use any means to describe it and pass it on to others. Therefore, the wholehearted holy man didn't know the specifics of the sword world. 1,000 sword lights. Is that the upper limit of the sword world? The wholehearted holy man suddenly asked. No. Chunzong's answer was very certain. 1,000 sword lights was the current limit. It wasn't the real limit. In the future, he could condense more sword lights. Then, the wholehearted holy man asked Chunzong for some more information before he muttered to himself and organized his words. There are a few problems with your sword world. The wholehearted holy man stared at Chunzong and said seriously, Firstly, the sword lights aren't refined enough and are a little rough. Secondly, the attacking method of the sword lights is too simple and crude. Thirdly, the speed of condensing the sword lights is too slow. Chunzong knew the 3 points that the wholehearted holy man mentioned, but Chunzong didn't know how to solve them. If he could solve them, then his sword world would be even stronger. The problem was, Chunzong didn't know how to solve them. Have you ever thought of using Array, Dao, and Blacksmith Dao? The wholehearted holy man reminded him because he knew that Chunzong had received the inheritance of Array, Dao, and Blacksmith Dao from the Great Void Holy Sect in the Great Void Holy Ruins. The wholehearted holy man's words were like a bolt of absolute beginning divine thunder that tore through the dark void. It split open the chaos in Chunzong's mind and revealed a clear divine light. Clear the clouds and see the moon. At that moment, Chunzong had such a feeling. Previously, Chunzong had thought about whether he could integrate Array, Dao, and Blacksmith Dao into his cultivation and whether they could help him instead of being used alone. In fact, Chunzong didn't have so much energy to focus on the study of Array, Dao, and Blacksmith Dao. Sword Dao was the most important thing. All other cultivation was secondary, as they were all for the sake of Sword Dao. Unfortunately, Sword Dao was Sword Dao and was one of the great Daos. Array Dao and Blacksmith Dao were also great Daos. Chunzong didn't think of a good way to use them to help him instead of using them as a means. In the end, Chunzong was just an outstanding person. He wasn't an omniscient, an omnipotent God. He also needed someone to give him the right guidance so that he wouldn't take the wrong path. The wholehearted holy man's words were like a ray of light that split open the darkness and enlightened Chunzong immediately. Array Dao. Blacksmith Dao. Since the condensation of the sword radiance when he used the sword world was relatively rough, could he use the mysteries of Blacksmith Dao to condense it? If he condensed the sword radiance like a real sword, would it become stronger and harder to break? It was impossible to condense the sword radiance again without using a bit of Chunzong's energy. After all, the sword radiance was controlled by Chunzong again. It would more or less consume a bit of his own energy to control the condensation of the sword radiance. For example, when one's mouth was chewing food, it was a very normal thing. The energy consumed was negligible. However, if one kept chewing food for a long time, one's mouth would feel sore and numb, and one's teeth wouldn't be able to take it. However, if the sword radiance was condensed in a better way, it would become stronger and harder to break. It would be equivalent to reducing the energy consumed. This kind of consumption was negligible. However, if it happened too many times, it could become a fatal point that was neglected at a crucial moment. Then if Blacksmith Dao was so useful, what about Array Dao? That was the key. Controlling the sword radiance to attack was indeed simpler and more direct. However, if the sword radiance could be arranged in a formation, could it become stronger or more profound? Chapter 2362. A single sentence from a true teachings was better than tens of thousands of books. If it wasn't for Exan Dao, Lord's advice, Chunzong didn't know how long it would take for him to understand. It could be very short, or it could be very long. It was hard to say. Following that, Chunzong plunged into the sea of mysteries of the craftsmanship and formation doctrine. Using the craftsmanship and formation doctrine to support the way of the sword was a very straightforward and good idea. However, it wasn't that simple. It wasn't something that could be done with a single sentence. It required time and effort to study and experiment before one could succeed. There was no such thing as a free lunch. All success was the result of many times of hard work. Chunzong was fortunate enough to receive the Great Void Sect's craftsmanship and formation doctrine inheritance. Even though it wasn't all of it, it was enough to build a solid foundation for him to study the craftsmanship and formation doctrine. In front of a huge furnace, there was a figure swinging a hammer, smashing it down again and again on the red-hot soldering iron. Every time the hammer was raised and fell, the speed was uniform, as if it had been practiced countless times. The trajectory of the hammer's descent seemed to be completely natural. Every time the hammer smashed on the red-hot soldering iron, there would be tiny sparks flying. The red-hot soldering iron was being forged bit by bit, removing the impurities and preserving the essence. Slowly it took shape. Sword forging. The Great Void Sect's craftsmanship inheritance was brilliant. Naturally, it wouldn't use such a primitive method to forge weapons. However, Chunzong started from the basics. This way, he could better understand the mysteries within. If he didn't do it, he would do it to the best of his ability. This was Chunzong's principle. A long time ago, Chunzong was still a young man who had just embarked on the path of cultivation. He had learned the art of forging. However, it was only for a short period of time. He didn't focus on it as his main direction of study, but it still gave Chunzong a good foundation. Later on, in the process of cultivation, he more or less came into contact with it. In the bewildering light ocean, he received the corresponding inheritance, which further improved his foundation. Because of this, Chunzong was able to better accept, understand, and master the craftsmanship inheritance of the Great Void Sect after he received it. Now, Chunzong was revisiting the craftsmanship inheritance. He started from the most basic and primitive method. He changed his sword robe, and his upper body was bare. His muscles crisscrossed and crisscrossed. They weren't big, but they had a delicate and strong sense of beauty. Together, they could explode with shocking power. When a hammer was raised and brought down, his muscles flowed like water. It was very shocking. Very quickly, the sword embryo was formed, and very quickly, a sharp sword was forged by Chunzong. Although he was only using ordinary steel to forge, he was able to forge an extraordinary sword. At the very least, it was far better than the quality of the materials used to forge it. Chunzong didn't plan to go too far in the craftsmanship inheritance. The inheritance he had now was enough. He just needed to understand it thoroughly and integrate it into the sword world to create a stronger sword radiance. Failed. Tried. Failed. Tried again. Failed again. Tried again. You can feel the improvement every time you try again after a failure. Chunzong was completely immersed in it. It was so wonderful that he forgot about everything. During this period of time, wholehearted Tao Lord was going to guide Chunzong in his cultivation. Without opening the sword world, Chunzong used the craftsmanship method to create a sword radiance. It took shape instantly and flew towards the Heart Holy Man. The Heart Holy Man took it and looked at it carefully. In the next moment, the sword radiance shattered again. Not bad. The strength has increased by 3 times. But it's still not enough. We can continue to optimize it. The Heart Holy Man said. He was shocked. In just a few days, Chunzong had increased the toughness of the sword radiance by 3 times. Moreover, he hadn't reached the upper limit. The Heart Holy Man had studied the craftsmanship method before. Moreover, the Will Heavenly Palace also had the inheritance of the craftsmanship method. Chunzong was the 3rd Taoist. It was easy for him to get whatever he wanted. The craftsmanship method of the Will Heavenly Palace and the craftsmanship method of the Great Void Holy Sect gave Chunzong more inspiration. The sword radiance was reforged like a divine sword. Every time it was reforged, it became tougher. Upgrade. Every time he leveled up, Chunzong would look for his master and give him some pointers. 10 times. In the end, Chunzong increased the toughness of the sword radiance by 10 times. Originally, the sword radiance was very tough. It was comparable to an ordinary heavenly divine weapon. After increasing it by 10 times, it was comparable to a powerful spiritual divine weapon. This was the maximum that Chunzong could upgrade it to. After all, one's cultivation level was limited. A divine weapon of a higher level was a Xian divine weapon, which corresponded to the divinity realm. There was a huge difference between a divine weapon and a spiritual divine weapon. It was like the difference between the Yuan underworld realm and the divinity realm. It was a huge upgrade. Of course, in terms of toughness, a Xian divine weapon wouldn't surpass a spiritual divine weapon by much. The key was in its profundity and power. Suddenly, Chunzong thought of something. It was the Extreme Heart Phaseless Sword. The Extreme Heart Phaseless Sword was his natal divine weapon. At its current level, it had reached the level of a spiritual divine weapon. The Extreme Heart Phaseless Sword had the ability to split into sword radiance. In that case, could the sword radiance split from the Extreme Heart Phaseless Sword fuse with the sword radiance of the sword world? If it could, it meant that the sword radiance would become even more powerful and astonishing. It was worth a try. Sword World. Chunzong directly opened the Sword World and took out the Extreme Heart Phaseless Sword. It instantly split into 1,000 sword radiances. In total, 2,000 sword radiances appeared in the surroundings. However, the sword radiances split from the Extreme Heart Phaseless Sword weren't very powerful. After all, it was only the power of the Extreme Heart Phaseless Sword itself. It didn't integrate with Chunzong's power. Therefore, it wasn't very strong and couldn't be compared with the sword radiances condensed from the sword world. Fusion. Chunzong didn't directly fuse 1,000 sword radiances. Instead, he tried to fuse one. As expected, the process didn't encounter any resistance. The fusion was very smooth. After the fusion, the sword radiance suddenly changed greatly. Substance. It was as if it had truly become substance. Previously, it had been condensed into substance to describe the degree of condensation. Now, it was as if it had truly become a substance, and its degree of toughness had increased greatly. Chunzong looked for the wholehearted Tao master again. The wholehearted Tao master studied it carefully and didn't shatter it. Instead, he nodded and smiled. Very good. With its current strength, no one in the Yuan underworld realm should be able to damage it. However, this wasn't absolute. Who knew if there were people in the Yuan underworld realm who could control terrifying power? For example, Chunzong was one of them. Of course, even if there were such people, it would be extremely rare to encounter them. In this way, using Tool's path to assist the sword world was considered complete. At least for the current stage, it was completed. The next stage naturally had to wait until Chunzong became even stronger. It wasn't something he should consider now. What Chunzong had to do next was to integrate the mysteries of Array Path into the sword world to better control the sword radiance. Compared to Tool's path, Chunzong had received more of the Great Void Sex Array Path inheritance, and it was more profound. Chunzong also comprehended the Array Path inheritance from time to time. He had already finished comprehending it. Among them, there wasn't much about Array Path. Instead, it was more about the mysteries and foundations of Array Path. This meant that Chunzong had a solid foundation in Array Path. No matter which Array Path he learned, he would be able to comprehend the mysteries within it in a shorter period of time. He would be able to master it and achieve greater success or even a higher level. Although he hadn't obtained many Array Paths, and they weren't very suitable for him, the most suitable Array Path for him to control the sword radiance, to set up an array, would be a sword array. Fortunately, there is also an Array Path inheritance in the Will Sky Palace. There were also many Array Paths that he could study and comprehend. Chunzong was a path disciple. This wasn't just a title. It also had a substantial effect. In the Array Hall of the Will Sky Palace, Chunzong received the Array Path inheritance and compared it with the Great Void Sex Array Path inheritance. Chunzong was completely immersed in the ocean of Array Path, forgetting everything else. Activating the 10 wills of the heart allowed Chunzong to comprehend the mysteries within a shorter period of time and master them. Like a dried-up sponge, it absorbed the water crazily to enrich itself. It became more and more substantial. He was improving every moment. Even though this kind of improvement didn't have a direct and obvious increase in his combat strength, it was a kind of accumulation of potential. Once it was used and integrated, it would bring about a great improvement, even an improvement in the nature of one's body. From start to finish, Chunzong spent a whole month to fully master part of the Array Path inheritance in the Will Sky Palace. As for mastering all of it, it wasn't necessary because Chunzong didn't intend to continue studying Array Path. He didn't intend to make it his main focus. One should know that Array Path was like Sword Path. It was broad and profound, so deep that one couldn't see the end of it. If one continued to study it, what was the limit? That would consume a lot of his time and energy, even if he had the support of the Heart Sutra. In this way, it would undoubtedly delay the cultivation and improvement of Sword Path. After a month, Chunzong came out of seclusion. Being in seclusion in the Array Hall for a month was boring and exhausting. It wasn't physical exhaustion, but mental exhaustion. Chunzong returned to his palace and had a good rest. After a good night's sleep, he enjoyed a good meal of wine and food to relax himself. Chapter 2363. Zongheng's annual meeting is about to begin. It's a pity that the dominator of the 6 realms has to welcome Airbao and can't make it. I'm so excited that I'm begging for monthly votes. It's the end of the month. The Tao of Formations was the general term, the head of the Tao. Array Tao was the application of Array Tao. It was like the relationship between Sword Tao and Sword Art. Mastering Array Tao without mastering Array Tao was a waste of its wonders. Mastering Array Tao without mastering Array Tao was like a rootless duckweed in the water. Only by combining the two together could the power it should have been able to reach its peak. Chunzong did not intend to study Array Tao and Array Tao. He only did it for Sword Tao and Sword World. Therefore, when Chunzong chose his array, he only looked at the sword array and ignored the other arrays. There were quite a number of sword arrays in the Heavenly Palace. In total, there were more than 30 sword arrays, ranging from low to high. However, after Qinzong's selection, there were only 3 suitable sword arrays. Small Tiangang sword array, small Earth Demon sword array, small double pole space ceiling sword array. The small Tiangang sword array and small Earth Demon sword array were both offensive sword arrays. The small double pole space ceiling sword array was for trapping enemies. Among the 3 sword arrays, the small Tiangang sword array was the simplest. It required 36 people to set it up. Well, to Qinzong, it was 36 sword lights. With such a number, it was relatively simple. After all, to set up a sword array with 36 cultivators, it had to be trained hard to reach the level where it could fight enemies. As for the small Earth Demon sword array, it was several times more difficult and mysterious than the small Tiangang sword array, because it required 72 cultivators to set it up at the same time. To Qinzong, it was 72 sword lights. As for the small double pole space ceiling sword array, it was the most difficult and mysterious of the 3 sword arrays. Qinzong only chose these 3 sword arrays out of the 30 sword arrays. Other than being more suitable, these 3 sword arrays were the best of the best. There was no need to bite off more than one could chew. After choosing the 3 sword formations, Qinzong immersed himself in them and devoted himself to studying them. With his extremely profound foundation in the art of formations, it was not a difficult task and would not take up too much time. Opening the sword world would consume a large amount of Qinzong's energy, but it was only practicing the sword formation. There was no need for that. The extreme heart phaseless sword was more than enough. The minor Tiangang sword formation required 36 sword beams. Qinzong directly separated 36 sword beams from the extreme heart phaseless sword and suspended them in the surroundings. Formation. Rise. With a low shout, Qinzong pointed his finger forward like a sword. A vague connection was established between his sword finger and 12 of the 36 sword lights. This connection was instantly strengthened as his sword finger glowed. The 12 strands of sword light flickered successively while emanating waves of the sound of sharp swords being unsheathed, and it resounded through the surroundings. After that, they drew numerous trajectories in succession and left behind numerous faint marks in space. The 12 strands of sword light danced in the air. In a split second, they struck down in front of Qinzong and were distributed in 12 different directions. It looked like a circle, but it was actually not a circle. It merely looked like a circle. The minor Tiangang sword formation. Completed. The auras of the 12 strands of sword light resonated together, and a tight connection was established between them. The minor Tiangang sword formation was divided into 3 levels. The first level was 12 strands of sword light. The second level was 24 strands of sword light, and the third level was 36 strands of sword light. Each level was stronger than the previous one. Of course, each level was harder to control than the previous one. Comprehending the mysteries did not mean that one could truly master it. One still needed to cultivate. Starting from the first level, he cultivated over and over again until he mastered the third level. However, Qinzong did not continue to look for the single-hearted holy man. Instead, he cultivated the minor Tiangang sword formation. The minor Tiangang sword formation required 72 strands of sword light. It was more profound and powerful than the minor Tiangang sword formation. The minor Tiangang sword formation was also divided into 3 levels. The first level was formed by 24 strands of sword light. It was comparable to the second level of the minor Tiangang sword formation. However, there were some differences between the 2 sword formations. The minor Tiangang sword formation had an impact on the vital energy level, while the minor Tiangang sword formation had an impact on the spiritual level. Otherwise, why would Qinzong choose the minor Tiangang sword formation? He only needed the minor Tiangang sword formation. The second level of the minor Tiangang sword formation was formed by 48 strands of sword light. The third level of the minor Tiangang sword formation was formed by 72 strands of sword light. It was more than 3 times more difficult to cultivate than the minor Tiangang sword formation. The most difficult one was the minor dual polarity sky ceiling sword formation. This formation was not like the minor Tiangang sword formation and the minor Tiangang sword formation. It was a sword formation with the ability to trap the enemy. Other than trapping the enemy, it could also be used for defense. The minor dual polarity space ceiling sword formation was also divided into 3 layers. However, the first layer required 36 sword lights to form. The second layer required 72 sword lights to form. As for the third layer, it required 144 sword lights to form. Without a doubt, the minor dual polarity sky ceiling sword formation was the most difficult to cultivate. Without a sufficient foundation of formation doctrine, it was impossible to comprehend and master it. Fortunately, Chunzong was qualified enough. Cultivate. In the following time, Chunzong was completely immersed in the cultivation of the 3-gate sword formation until he mastered the 3rd level and achieved great success. In the huge arena, Chunzong stood in the air. Opposite him was his master, Exan Holy Man. Master, please enlighten me. Chunzong took a deep breath and said respectfully to Exan Holy Man. Now that he had returned to the heavenly palace for a few months, Chunzong had almost given up on improving his cultivation, swordsmanship, and everything else. He was fully immersed in formation doctrine and craftsmanship doctrine. He had successfully applied them to Sword World and increased the power of Sword World even more. Now it was time to verify it. Exan Holy Man smiled. Sword World, open. Chunzong shouted in a low voice. He was fully focused. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were as sharp as swords. An extremely powerful aura burst out from his body in an instant. It was as if the sea was flowing in all directions. Sword World, open, descend, suppress. 15,000 meters. The Sword World would be as wide as the Sword Domain. If the Sword Domain was 100,000 meters, then Sword World could cover 100,000 meters. If the Sword Domain was 1,000,000 meters, then Sword World could cover 1,000,000 meters. That kind of coverage was really shocking. According to the inheritance information of Hellish Moon, Startling Wind, Sword World could even evolve to the size of a world. It was even more shocking and indescribable. This time, Chunzong didn't immediately condense 1,000 sword lights when he opened Sword World. This was because condensing sword lights at the beginning would directly consume his own power, unlike when the sword lights were shattered and reforged. The consumption was very low. In the blink of an eye, 36 sword lights appeared. Each sword light was a fusion of the Sword World sword light and the Extreme Heart Phaseless sword light. It was extremely tough and could be considered indestructible at the Yuan underworld level. Even a transcendent wouldn't be able to destroy it easily. After condensing 36 sword lights, Chunzong's power consumption was greatly reduced. In an instant, the 36 sword lights set up the small sky dipper sword formation and trapped Exan Holy Man. This time, Exan Holy Man limited his own power to the limit of the Yuan underworld realm. Fight! 12 sword lights instantly pierced through the air and attacked Exan Holy Man from 12 different directions. There was a close connection between the 12 sword lights, and the light resonated. It was different from the simple and direct attacks from before. These 12 sword lights attacked from a waist. Immediately, another 12 sword lights attacked from below. The last 12 sword lights attacked from above, forming an all-around attack. Exan Holy Man felt his own blood and chi being affected. Of course, this level of blood and chi interference was equivalent to nothing for Exan Holy Man. Even a transcendent could be immune to this kind of interference. However, Yuan underworld realm cultivators would still be somewhat affected. The lower their combat strength, the more obvious the interference. 36 sword lights, in the form of a formation, bombarded from all directions. Compared to the simple application of the formation before, its power was much more tyrannical and exquisite. However, Even if EXN Holy Man limited his combat strength to the limit of the Yuan underworld realm, he was still invincible. This was because his combat experience wasn't limited too much. He was fighting with the experience of a Dao Venerate. Although some techniques couldn't be used because of his combat strength, a true Yuan underworld realm cultivator couldn't compare to him. The attack of the 36 sword lights was completely blocked by EXIN Holy Man with just one finger. Under Chun Zong's control, the minor Big Dipper sword formation kept attacking. At first, the attacks were rather normal. However, the attacks of the 36 sword lights became more mysterious and had more variations. The variations were all controlled by Chun Zong. EXIN Holy Man was helping Chun Zong develop the potential of the sword formation in actual combat, allowing Chun Zong to have a deeper understanding of it. Cultivation was cultivation, and combat was combat. The two weren't equal. It didn't mean that a higher cultivation base meant a stronger combat ability. They couldn't be lumped together. Mastering a sword formation and using it proficiently in combat were two different things. Chun Zong played with the minor Big Dipper sword formation and used all sorts of variations. However, he still couldn't do anything to EXIN Holy Man. From start to end, EXIN Holy Man had only used one finger to counter. Immediately, another 36 sword lights were condensed and merged with the original 36 sword lights. The order and aura of the sword lights changed in an instant, forming the 72 sword lights of the minor earthly fiend sword formation. EXIN Holy Man immediately felt that the feeling of his chi and blood being attacked had disappeared and was replaced by a mental attack. This was the additional power of the minor earthly fiend sword formation. Kill. With the experience of controlling the minor Big Dipper sword formation, controlling the minor earthly fiend sword formation was easier. It launched all sorts of attacks, and the strength of the attacks increased significantly. However, EXIN Holy Man still relied on his Dao Venerate combat experience and superb cultivation base to display a suppression of the same level and block all the attacks of the minor earthly fiend sword formation. This didn't make Chun Zong feel discouraged. Instead, it stimulated Chun Zong's fighting spirit. In the end, the minor earthly fiend sword formation couldn't do anything to EXIN Holy Man. Chun Zong had no choice but to condense even more sword lights, reaching a total of 144 sword lights. He constructed the minor double extreme space fixing sword formation and directly trapped EXIN Holy Man. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.